Looks like everything is actually setting up like it should. Yes! Well, thanks, Ed. I love that you've gone from trash talking in Discord to trash talking in my chat again.
You know, I gotta keep it up. Oh.
Got to spam somewhere. Always got to spam.
Right.
You know, this is exactly what I'm doing when we're playing D&D next month.
Great. I look forward to it.
Available position. What?
I also love the fact that, hey guys, we're going live. Wasn't the signal for anyone to go like, now's the time to fake being a professional. It's like, nah, we're just gonna keep the combo going.
You're asking too much from me.
Probably.
Relax. Keep some.
So, welcome everyone. We're playing Call of Cthulhu today. Our keeper is going to introduce the system a bit more close, like in detail later on. But firstly, I want to hear from all of our different players. So, Darkora, who are you? What do you do? And where can people usually find you?
That is a very big question. As she said, I'm Darkora. You can find me in a lot of places under that name. I spend most of my time on Twitter, doing not a lot. I'm fairly new to streaming, but I do use twitch.tv/Darkora. I will eventually be building up to streaming in the next couple of months, so watch some spaces.
Yay! Awesome. And hi, Plod. And oh yeah, you are also a part of our Monster of the Week miniseries, aren't you?
I am indeed. Yep. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Gorion, how about you introduce yourself? What do you do? Where can people find you?
Okay, so I'm GorionPax, and I'm a variety streamer. And I'm starting up again on Monday, and you can find me at twitch.tv/GorionPax. Yeah.
Alright, Belle, what about you?
I am just me. I am Belle. You'll find me in various one-shots all over the place at Polished Place or over at Crows, but there's not much going on for me other than online. I'm an in-person kind of gal.
Awesome. Ed, what about you?
Well, I am Ed. I am also known as ImAPokemonMasta. I will be GMing a D&D game for Polished here next month, hopefully. You can find me on Twitch at ImAPokemonMasta. However, I do not actively stream. Otherwise, you can hit me up on Discord and trash talk me.
Yes.
It's his specialty. Yeah, Ed has previously GM'd 2 of our one-shots, I think.
Yeah, I believe so.
Cool. Right, next up is me. If you found this stream, you're watching my channel. I'm PolishedCryptid. I do variety streaming, and we're starting to do a fair bit of good old TRPG content, including these monthly one-shots. Jared, how about you introduce yourself, and after that, the system we're playing today.
Hey guys, I'm JaredofLight. I'm the keeper for this fun endeavor of an adventure for Call of Cthulhu. I basically do games like this on other people's channels. Soon, now that I've got actual mic set up and working and my setup is actually moving forward, hopefully on my Twitch channel I'll start having some Call of Cthulhu happening in the next few months. But mostly now I just jump onto other people's streams and tell them the amazing things that come from Call of Cthulhu. But if you want to find me and contact me, Twitter would be the best place, and also on Discord. Just chuck me a message if you've got any questions, because I love answering questions about role-playing and Call of Cthulhu in general. Cool. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we get ready, because we are playing Call of Cthulhu, an amazing period piece adventure game, which is dedicated to murder mysteries, investigative horror, and existential cosmic dread. So the majority of this game is dedicated to the players who are investigators, getting to the bottom of a mystery. Now, in this world, there is the real world and the real world. The difference being that once you start delving a bit deeper into the sort of real secrets of this world, you start finding out that humanity is a bit more small in the scale of the cosmic, wheel of things than they actually thought. And that's where sanity comes involved. Like most games, you would have hit points, and that would go up as you level up. No such thing in Call of Cthulhu. You have a set amount of hit points for the game, and that's it. And it tends to be around 10 to 12 at most. And in this game as well, there's swords. Like, you can pull out a sword if you want to. Unlikely, but mostly you're going to be pulling out guns. And they do enough damage to really drop you in about one hit if you really tried for it. The big push for this game is the sanity. So everyone here has a score, which is their sanity. Whenever they come across creepy or weird things, they roll for that. This is a 100 system, and the lower that you roll, the better. So you're trying to roll under your skill numbers, and sanity is effectively a skill as well. If you do roll under, then you succeed, and you starve off the damage to your sanity. But if you fail, that's when I get to start having some fun. Because things start getting wibbly wobbly as your mind starts contorting and bending to the weird maladies of this universe. So, shall we go around and introduce our characters one by one? I think we'll start with Polish because she's super excited to tell her hers.
Right. So I'm Evelyn Merriweather. I'm an antiquarian these days, though that wasn't always the plan. But then there was the whole incident of the war, and nothing quite fell back into place where it should have been. So these days I'm mainly in the antiques business rather than actively exploring the world, to my great annoyance. I've just recently been able to buy back a property that was in the family for a long time, and I'm working on restoring it in the off time. I've got a wonderful beagle called Ramses who likes to follow me around. In terms of appearance, I haven't quite kept up with trends for the past several years, really. And thus I never cut my hair short. It's long, chestnut, curly. I put it up when I have to be, appear civilized. Same thing with clothes. I often wear just like old men's clothes that used to belong to family members. But again, I also have a set of more refined clothes for when I have to pretend to care what other people think of me.
Excellent. Next up, let's go over to Ed. How about you? Who are you playing?
Ed, you're muted.
I'm playing Gerardo Marino, an Italian man.
I just saw you do this and no sense. Like, what are you doing?
An Italian man who has a passion for the fine arts, as well as helping his family in particular trades. He does have a series of legal issues that he's been taking care of, and is currently staying in his vacation home to help expand the family business in town. He
legitimate business would this be?
He has slicked back hair, and he stands about 5'6". He's not very tall. Pretty scrawny for an Italian man that likes pasta. He likes to stay in shape. And this business that he is trying to start is a painting business. He's trying to sell the fine arts to these locals.
Oh, really?
Totally made and not taken from someone else. No, not at all. Alrighty. Next up,
Are you questioning it?
I may be questioning it from time to time. We'll see how things come. So,
My
Gorion,
character's name is Dr. Roland Cotter. As a young lad, I was working as general labor and then started studying the medical profession for nobler aspects. However, the war tore, and during the war it was quite apparent that my skills were lacking. So I then went back went back in earnest to my current profession as being a doctor. I work modest living, not very high up and not very low either, but trying my best to get all my medical profession together so I don't have mistakes happen like during the war times.
I like it.
Hmm.
Move over now to Belle. Would you like to describe your character? Oh no. Someone's getting lag from us. Oh geez.
That's never a good
Perfect
expression.
timing. In that case, then, can we move over to Darkora? Would you like to describe your character?
Yes, I'm playing Harry Bremen. He's a private investigator. He's not got that great a sense of business head. Like he prefers to like help people, even if there's not much money in it for himself. So he's permanently very kind of down on his luck, money wise, shall we say? He's got a good nose for a mystery, interested in just about anything. Served during the war, but didn't really see much action. Looking forward to seeing what this mystery holds for us.
Excellent. So we might be having some technical issues on Belle's side. We're getting robot attacks for Belle. Sorry. Can you hear us now?
This is still.
Just checking now because
I
it looks
love
like
it.
I don't think
Every
she can
time
hear
we go
us.
live.
every
Every
time. Like,
time.
it's always the upload because once Twitch kicks in, that's when things start.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Okay, do we know what's going on? Because I can't check.
Yeah, it just looks like sound struggling to come through.
So she's not hearing us at all?
Like it's coming through very laggy and very robotic and very choppy.
Okay.
And like we can't hear her at all now.
Not the best way of doing things, but can she hear the audio if she opens up the stream? In a separate window?
Let me check. Sorry, guys. Just always technical issues. There's never a completely perfect start to these.
Never. It doesn't happen.
Something always. I mean, for those who are listening today, we had a fun situation where my router exploded the other month.
Oh, fun.
Oof.
Just
You mean
decided
exploded?
to stop working and just sat there.
Hit a
You
little
know,
pop and
never
some
turned back
smoke.
on again.
Yeah, I think we went live and within 20 seconds your router exploded.
Yep.
It was literally that tiny, imagine.
The polished curse. Dun dun
I
dun.
don't know what it is.
Claims everyone. Oh,
Why can't we hear you?
hands are so
This is
cold.
really peculiar.
Oh my gosh. I put the heater on, it's done nothing.
It's
just a souvenir.
Nothing survives beyond Twitch TV, honest.
Have you tried starting a fire?
Oh, I don't want to set the world on fire, I just want to set it on fire in your heart.
Oh,
Oh.
words were a blessing to my heart.
Exactly. I don't want
How's the connection showing up on to the Discord call? Like, is that where it's lagging?
green.
It's
Let me
green?
check.
On my side it is.
Yeah.
That's green for me.
It's not yours. It's
I know,
Bell's somewhere.
I just realized. I was like, why was that answering?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh. Whoa.
What?
So she's getting it laggingly coming through to her, and that is. She's now hearing Darkora's introduction.
Okay, Belle,
Wow.
see if you can. Okay, can someone type this to her?
Yeah.
Belle, see if you can mute the call and watch via stream. There is a bit of a delay, but it's not as bad.
Yeah.
Yep. Just telling her to mute the call and watch
Cool.
from stream. Because yeah, I see them talking and I'm not getting anything.
Because I'm not getting anything from her either.
No, me either.
This is gonna hurt my soul.
I
Try
know.
restarting the call, Belle.
No.
Like, try leaving and calling up again.
Alright, one sec. She's trying.
Oh.
She's doing it. She's telling us to do stuff we're not supposed to do.
Oh no, breaking the rule!
What if he does?
Oh, the break stuff.
This is how it all ends.
So, like, literally.
Alright, here we go. She's gonna do it.
We can't hear you, by the way.
Here we go.
Maybe she should go this whole thing.
Hopefully this works.
Oh god, Karen I is so on point. Sanity check polished. My
Huddle into the
sanity
corner and
lowers
start freaking out
chronically
already.
during one-shots from tech issues.
Well, I just love that it was completely working.
It was
like,
completely
everything was
fine.
Oh no, I fumbled.
Oh, my
With a
overlay.
nat 100.
Oh.
And now come back in.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. Got a 31. I'm good.
She's in the correct place. Can you hear us?
Should be just locking back in for her.
I've reduced my
Just-
overlays to literal freaking names.
It looks like it
because-
hasn't.
Hmm.
Oh, polished. Oh, it all crashed.
Hello?
Hi!
Hey.
Am I...
Yeah.
Hey!
Oh, thank god.
Okay,
Right!
we can hear you.
Maybe just voice is enough.
Yeah,
Just voice for then. Yeah.
I think your internet struggles whenever there's video involved as well. So if it happens again, just try going just voice.
Just turning the video off, yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, like
Sorry,
if it happens,
guys.
no worries.
All good.
Hit it.
We have gotten now to your character for introduction. Would you like to describe who you're playing?
Yeah, sure. I'm playing Daphne Delrose. And Daphne is the complete opposite of Polished's character. She cares very much about what she looks like, how people perceive her, and what she's supposed to be doing or not supposed to be doing. She's a bit of a mysterious kind of gal. She doesn't like to get too involved with people. But she has a particular interest in Bruce Wayne. He is somebody who could bring her up in society just that little bit further, even though she's worked hard enough to get where she is.
Excellent.
She knows
With
how to
that-
hustle.
The literal Bruce Wayne is not in the game, by the way, for anyone confused.
Just a nickname.
Just a nickname.
It's
The
all
nickname
is
aliens.
an So the individual that Bella's talking about is a man named Rupert Merriweather. He is a very rich, dapper individual who's getting into the later stages of his life at this point. One by one, all 5 of you have received whether telegram, phone call, or letter asking you to come to St. Mary's in Arkham, Massachusetts. As for those of you who are locals, you recognize that as the hospital. And for those of you that have to come a bit of a fair way out, you're not really sure what to expect at this point. Everybody roll me a d10 as we come into this room. Here's the fun part.
That's a good roll.
7.
I love
I
rolling
rolled,
a
I
1.
rolled 7.
It's amazing.
Ed rolled 1.
2.
Polished.
I'm rolling perfect today. Can you tell?
Ah, you
100
rolled-
and a 1.
Okay, so
Although
Bella got a
it's
5.
better.
Bella
Yep.
rolled 3 separate die.
One of those was a d20.
Yeah.
All of them add together. Yeah.
Alrighty. So we have 1 second. Wait. Oh, so I wrote Daphne and I wrote Daphne. I'm like, that's alright. So we have
No,
Doctor.
just take the first one.
So
5 is fine.
several poor rolls.
Dr. Roll.
So we have Dr. Cotter, Mr. Bremen, and Mrs. Delrose, or Ms. Delrose. You guys are sort of entering the hospital first at this situation. You kind of come to the front desk asking for, like, probably Delphine goes first. Can I talk to Mr. I'm here to see Mr. Merriweather. And as you say that, the 2 people behind you are you 2 guys, and you overhear this dapper lady asking for Mr. Merriweather. it doesn't take about a minute or two later goes by. You guys are sort of just trying to get this lady at the front to get you the room number. When walking in is the other two characters in this. So we have Gerardo and Evelyn. So Evelyn, you see all these people around, and you're like, this is a bit busy for like the hospital at this time of the day. So what would you guys like to do as you're sort of pretty much noticing that you're all here for the same reason?
So I'd like to ask, do I know if my dear uncle is actually in hospital, or whether he's just called us to meet him here?
You feel like he is in hospital. He's been going downhill for the last few months.
Right. In that case, if he's been here before, I most likely know exactly where he is. So I'm just going to nod to the staff, curt but short greeting, and provided they don't stop me, I'm going to walk straight to his ward.
One of them sort of reaches out and says, Miss, you can't go. And they're like trying to stop you quickly, like not forcefully, but just trying to get your attention.
Belle, you cut out.
Oh, no. It's okay. She's with me. Oh, darn.
Would you like to roll me a charm check?
So I would say, yes, I would.
So that's going to be the green dice next to charm. This is exciting. First roll of the game. Critical fail.
Oh shit. Oh. Oof.
Hey. So the lady recomposes herself and says, yes, but it's only for first of kin right now. Only they're allowed to see Mr. Merriweather.
Of course. And you're just doing
family.
And she looks very confused at this point and says, I guess that should be fine. Come with me. And she doesn't actually notice that she sort of wrangled all of you guys together as a group to get to the room.
Yeah. I am terribly confused as to why these strangers are accompanying me, but also I don't particularly care.
Have I worked in this hospital before?
Most likely. This would have been where you did your training. This is the St. Mary's is right next to Arkham and the Miskatonic University. So this is where almost all of the trainee doctors go through before they're put off to private practice.
Okay, so I'll just nod to people that I know as I go through.
You recognize a few patients. A lot of the doctors are sort of giving the couple of salutes as well, and you're like, nice.
I'm walking like I belong here.
Nice. And thankfully, no one tends to notice the difference, because why would they stop you? All of you five come to the outskirts of a room where you hear the sound of conversation going on inside of his room. A very raspy voice is going, No, that's no way to speak to your father. And you hear a voice return with, Father, this is unprecedented. This is uncalled for. And as he's saying that, he turns outside and sees Evelyn. And he goes, What is she doing here? All of you see a man in his probably mid-30s. He's got just 17 layers of chin. He's wearing a suit that is one size too small for him. Very, very upper class. It's a very good suit. It's just not really fitted to him. And he's starting to get the widow's peak balding line, which is... You can see the family resemblance. The man on the bed is Rupert Merriweather, and this is his son, Bertram. Some of you have met him before. He's not a nice fellow.
I see he didn't acquire your class growing up.
This isn't the end of this. And he just walks out, and as he walks past Evelyn, he just shoulder...
Charming as always, cousin.
And at this
Bertram,
point...
that's not called for.
And he just walks off. He doesn't even listen to you guys. He's just out of here.
Rude.
And Rupert looks up and just goes... that child will be the death of me with humor.
I'll just walk over to his bedside, and just like if there's a chair nearby, I'm gonna take a seat.
Evelyn, my dear, is that you? And he reaches a hand out, very shaking.
Yes, Uncle. I'm here.
Everybody come inside. I've called you all here for...
I would take the
called you all
other
here.
side as close to his head as possible.
How about you guys? What are you guys doing?
I will, I guess, stand at the foot of the bed, observing.
As a
I'll
doctor,
come in
you
and
can
stand
look
by the
at
door
medical
frame.
chart.
Yeah, I'll check his medical record while
Roll
I'm
me a
here.
medicine check.
Sure thing. And it's a purple one, correct?
Green one.
Green one. I rolled
Hey.
54 out of 76.
That is a success. So,
Woo!
as you're sort of looking over the chart, it looks not good. You're seeing cancer of the lung. You're seeing a few different things. Before they had a name for it, this word would have been leukemia. Just a lot of bad things clicking up, basically. And the fact that this guy is able to talk is terrifying to you. He should be just a slab on the floor right now, basically.
I'll do my best to keep my bedside manner.
But with the medicine check, you also notice that a lot of these things are kind of contradictive. Like you shouldn't be able to have one without the other. Like it doesn't make complete sense. And with your medical expertise, you're assuming misdiagnosis. This might just be symptoms that they've
Trainee doing something.
falsely attributed, basically.
I assume a trainee's like been working on this person.
Possibly. It's the sort of get in here, check this guy out. You're never going to see a case like this again. But he looks around to all of you and just says, you're all here. Fantastic. I am so very sorry. This is not the height of my life. And if I were younger, I'd be with you right now, doing the things that need to be done. But alas, I cannot.
I pat his hand affectionately.
He's really cold to the hand. Like you can just sort of feel like he's got not much heat to him, basically. He's not frozen, but just
he's getting that cold.
Yeah. And he sort of points over to the side of, like next to the doorway, there is this almost like a cabinet, and he's pointing over and he says, "Please, someone, get my shoebox."
I immediately obey.
Gerardo will turn around and open it up, pull out the shoebox.
Two of you basically like open at the same time. You both lift it together, and like not even with a second thought, you just both of you bring it to his bedside, and he sort of puts a hand on it and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have called you here for a reason. I'm sorry that I am poor of health. I wish I could bring this to you at a slower pace, that it would not do damage. But sadly, my time is nearly up."
Oh dear.
Inside this box is the fear I left behind, the danger to this world that I am no longer strong enough to deal with. But and he looks over at you, Evelyn, and this is a bit scary to see him say this because he's never really come across as this, but you can see on his face everything is just melting down, like he's just breaking down all of his walls as he tells you, "I am a coward, and I will be a coward to my last breath. I'm more of a coward now than ever I was, that I am giving this on to you five to fix the problems that I could not."
We're here, we can do it.
I'm just gonna look at Daphne and I'm just like, I don't even know who you are.
And I'll say, wait a second, aren't we being a bit hasty with our promises? We don't know what it's about at all.
Perhaps
Well,
it's the
obviously
time
you're
for
not that close to
listening
him.
rather than speaking.
Exactly.
Doctor, it's been a pleasure these years. You've taken good care of me, and your sharp wit is ever a fine. You see him smiling a big, happy grin as he looks around at all. What I am to give to you now is the future. And he sort of pushes the box a little bit further. This place is nightmarish. The house, the thing that was left behind, the fear in that place. Listen to me, and he like grabs, and he almost like full out like grabs onto you, Evelyn. He's like, listen to me, the devil is real, and it is there, and you all must stop it. And he starts coughing up blood, and then he starts going into a fit. He starts convulsing and seizing, and then he starts like shaking like crazy.
Yeah, I'll go over and I'll call for a nurse, and I'll check his vitals and basically brace him. So
roll me a medicine check.
Yeah.
Come on, fumble!
Doc.
So I passed.
Yay!
Ooh, just a
Yeah.
pass. The procedure kicks in. You know exactly what to do. You brace him, make sure he doesn't. Even in his age, he is shaking you with a strength that you cannot imagine. He's actually like throwing you off a little bit.
Yeah.
You feel like you are doing your best to keep him there.
I'll call for more nurses.
Nurses come in, they start funneling in, and after about a couple of minutes, you see him just lays back, his eyes roll into the back of his head, and he just falls onto his bed. He's still breathing. With a medicine check, you can tell that he's definitely still there, but you would identify this straight away as comatose.
I'll get nurse. I'll tell a nurse, and I'll basically say that, you know, he's resting now. He's just resting. He needs to sleep this off. Keeping the bedside manner as professional as possible. But I'll also add to his record that he's slipped into a coma on the actual medical record.
Yep. Eventually, the doctor sort of comes in and sort of motions you guys to leave the room and says, I think we'll take it from here. Thank you, doctor, as always.
No problem.
Your expertise is marveled at the moments that it comes, but I think we'll leave it to staff.
Of course, I understand.
So who's grabbing the box?
Gerardo has it, and he quickly walks out of the room.
Runs and takes a look. No, I'm kidding.
He stands outside the room
Everybody,
to the side
me,
while he waits
except
for
the
people.
doctor, except for the doctor, because you're used to seeing this kind of stuff. Everybody roll me a sanity check.
Oh, goody. It's the
Keep my
green
sanity.
dice.
Green dice.
Oh man,
Green?
I don't know if that's running right because last time I rolled a sanity, it was a fumble also.
Just roll it again, just quickly.
Okay, so it's
Ooh.
rolling right.
Yeah,
So I
it is
did
working,
fumble.
So you actually.
He fumbled.
Oh, ouch.
So what did we roll?
So you rolled a
70
100,
green die.
which is a critical fail. So you're fine. You don't have to roll.
No, just everyone's saying it for the crowd, the viewers.
Yeah, they can't see
I
the
can't-
rolls.
I can't even see my sanity.
So we've got someone.
yeah.
So we've
I
got.
rolled a 63, which is a success.
Oh, temporary insane. Yep. I found
Holy,
it.
she rolled extremely well.
Oof.
Ooh,
So that's a
yeah.
fail for Daphne.
Oh,
So we got an extreme success though for. There is the moment that this scene passes in front of you, it should be quite unnerving, but your zeal kicks in. Your mind jumps to that box, and whatever he was handing to you and to all of you, your mind is thinking, no, we need to get to the bottom of this. Like, something's up. You've never seen him like this before, and it's racking on your mind right now.
As upset as I am, I have seen far worse things in terms of people suffering and being near death.
I've never directly been near death. I'm somebody who theorizes about these kinds of things. I read the books. I just kind of have always avoided this moment, even with my own family members. I have not been near them near death.
I am sorry, who are you?
I'm Daphne.
Pardon? I don't
My-
believe we've met.
No, my name's Daphne. I'm a friend of Robert's.
Charming.
Hmm.
And then I'm going to turn my attention to the box.
You might not want to open that or touch it.
I'm wearing
So,
gloves. It should
standing-
be fine.
Standing at the
Okay.
box, Daphne, you take 1 point of sanity damage.
Yep.
For Gerardo, you are holding this box in your hands, and you're starting to tremble a little bit. This is the last thing that, to your mind, like a dead man gave you this box, effectively, and you're sort of, you've got your wits about you, but you're starting to be like, what the hell? You take 2 points of sanity damage with your fumble on sanity.
All right, how do I record that?
So on your sheet where it has the middle number, where it should be
60?
I think it's 50 for you or 60? 50 for you.
I
So
guess
yours will go down to 59, Daphne.
Yep.
For Gerardo, yours will go down to 48.
Is that
I
in
will come
temporary
over and have a
or
look at the box too.
middle section?
Yep, so the middle section, because the one on the left, once you hit that number, you have a break.
Oh, okay, cool. That makes sense.
So for
Alright, thank
you, when you hit 40, you have a breakdown, and you're currently at 48. So
Oh man, you're not far away.
I'm excited.
but with 2 points of sanity, that is not normal. That is, you are visibly showing signs that something's a bit off right now. Like, it's not constant and forever. It's just you're very shaken up by what's just happened.
Yeah.
So there's a box in your hands. What would you like to do?
He drops it. His trampling gets too bad.
Fair. No, very fair.
I'm-
Oh.
You hear everybody roll me a listen.
Yep.
Is that also a green one?
Yes.
Oh man,
Oh,
I failed that too. With a
Oh
64.
my god.
So everyone just
Everyone
failed to
yeah,
listen.
everyone just failed.
Oops.
We
I got
heard
55.
nothing.
The
I mean-
box
So what
fell.
don't we hear?
So Gerardo, can you roll me a luck check just quickly? Love the look on Paul's
Yeah,
face of
let me
like,
just
oh.
find my luck.
So middle left of the sheet,
Oh, I got 30. for
underneath.
that.
That's a fail.
Yes, it is.
No one hears it. Yeah.
Okay.
We're not getting out of this room.
The game changes when the players hit the table. So, box hits the floor, and none of you hear anything. Like, it makes a noise, obviously, but you're not sure. It's just like hits the ground. What would you?
I would very gingerly walk towards the box and try and turn it over with my very pointed shoe.
Oof.
I'm reaching into my pocket and grabbing a small steel bottle that I take a not quite discreet swing out of.
I
think I
slashed
would.
my eyes in her
I'll
direction and shake my
go.
head.
I'll go and pick it up, and I'll be like, "Please, this is I'm sorry, I can't. This is Evelyn's. One of her, her relative died. Give this to her, please. Be more gentle with it. Pick it up, and I'll hand it to Evelyn."
I'd like to point out that my uncle is not quite dead yet.
Oh yes. Sorry, yes. It's just at the moment, of course.
It was a little bit traumatizing
Oh,
for
yeah.
the young man.
I'm sorry. It's just so close to Mr. Mayweather. Sold him many artworks.
Oh,
He bought so many paintings.
we had many a late night discussion on occultism.
And as well with that, you've remembered, because you rolled a fumble, in the last few weeks of you meeting him, he was giving you that look of, this is probably the like he never said it, but you always had the sense that this was sort of that last time we're going to talk vibe about him. And now it's sort of hitting you of, oh god, that might have just been the last time I spoke to him. So, box open.
What type
Okay.
of box is this?
It is. At first, you thought it was a shoebox, but now that you look closer, it is a shoebox. But inside there is almost like a money tin box, like a big metal one. The shoebox sort of muffled the sound of it, but it's pretty big.
Okay.
Almost like a lockbox, like a mini lockbox. So, would you guys like to open it? Like, do you want to find a place to sit down and open this, or do you want to sort of just do it right here?
I don't believe it
I
should
think
be
we should
opened
find
here.
somewhere else.
Maybe we could take a ride. I have a car. We could go back to somewhere more comfortable, or even somewhere neutral, if you prefer, Ms.
We
Evelyn.
could always use one of the empty rooms in the hospital if we need to.
I'd suggest, and forgive me, but before we do this, apparently my uncle invited all of you.
He did indeed.
I have never met any of you fellows before, and before we progress any further, I quite like to know who the hell you guys are.
That seems fair.
Of
It's
course.
a pleasure to meet you, madam. I'm Gerardo.
Gerardo.
I'm sorry, I'm very, very shaken right now. I am Gerardo Marino.
Pleasure. And the rest of you?
Yes, I'm Dr. Cotter. I worked closely with your uncle with his various side hobbies and whatnot. Just leave it at that.
I'm Harry Bremen. He consulted with me on a few mysteries of his.
I am Daphne Delrose, and I have not only consulted on mysteries, but had quite a few late nights and wines with your uncle, and we've had some great discussions. Riveting ones, in fact.
So just roll me an intelligence check, Polished.
Ooh,
Standard green
I
die?
did it by accident, sorry.
Oh, it's extreme.
Standard
Oh,
intelligence.
that's size. That's size.
No.
Oof, that's not so good.
80%, and
Yeah, I know.
rolled a 90. Yeah, no, you have you sort of figure if these people are here, then they probably came by the same beck and call that you did, but you don't recognize any of these.
And that's quite unusual. Very well.
Well, to be fair, we don't recognize you either. How do we know that you're definitely his cousin, niece, whatever?
He addressed me as Evelyn. And Bertrand
That is a bit of a clue.
was not objecting to me calling him cousin. Certainly this is evidence enough of who I am.
Please, please. I know of her from my conversations when I've worked with her uncle. I believe this is the person we're talking to. Otherwise,
this-
like you said, he wouldn't have
Everybody
been
just
that
roll
way.
me an intelligence check, not Polished, just everyone.
It was mine.
Guys.
Have 80 intelligence, I rolled a
Yes.
93.
A 55,
Oh, I
I
failed.
Gonna
passed.
keep on failing, guys.
This is
74.
not a good start. Fantastic.
I passed this one, 55.
Oh, Daphne. Like, I love that the one person that knows this is, like, the one person who, like, this is the most damaging for you to know this.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to add this in because this is drama. I love this. So, Daphne, you know, like, of Evelyn's exploits quite well. Like, Rupert was very quick to mention his
Okay.
favorite niece.
Ah, you're the favorite. Sorry, my apologies. I didn't realize that you're that Evelyn. Yes, absolutely. Of course, I shouldn't have questioned it. You just look different to what I thought you would.
I get that a lot. Well, seeing as my uncles would fit to invite you here, I do believe he has given us work to do, and I would like to extend his invitation. My idiot cousin might be there, but I suggest we return to my uncle's estate before we open his possessions.
I agree.
That
I
does
know
seem
the
like a
way.
reasonable venue.
Would your idiot, as you say, idiot cousin not be an possible issue for this?
Oh, he can try.
I see.
So,
I see. Very well then.
All of you guys walk outside, and sitting at the front of this hospital are two rather well-sporting cars, like automobiles of this time. One of them is recognized to you, Evelyn, as you walk up, and then someone walks over to their car, part of your entourage of individuals as the two of you sort of stop and look at each other as both of you own these fancy vehicles, but one of them is a lot fancier.
I'm going to look at the fancier car because it's not mine. And
Right. Would you like to describe what
wait.
yours looks like?
This is quite lovely.
pardon?
Yeah, let me just open up what this car is. It's a Chrysler model F58.
That is
Whatever
the
that
kind of-
entails.
That is the you are
Always.
cruising through town as big family-oso kind of
Oh.
like the big family types have this kind of car. Like it's fancy.
Oh wow. Okay.
And it stands out because it's got that fancy baby blue coloring on it, you know, with a black top and
Now that's
it's
my
got the white.
taste.
See, Evelyn has a far more practical approach to vehicles. What matters is how it drives.
Oh,
Paint.
with a car like
Oh, it
that,
drives fancy.
it's going to drive.
With a high-end Model T sitting there, the Ford, sticking out in all of its prominence.
I would just say, may I trouble either of you for a lift, please? I don't have a car.
But
Absolutely.
of course,
Thank you. I thank you very much. And I'll go. Oh, I haven't seen this kind of car before. I'm like, what is this car again? Sorry. And then yeah, obviously you told me what it is. I'm like, oh, I don't know much about cars, but it looks quite nice.
And I'm going to make certain that I'm the one holding the shoebox.
Good
Yep.
choice.
And I am wearing gloves because it is 1926. And I am in public.
So, his car screams like mafioso, right? As a private investigator, it screams. kind of,
Oh yeah. With a private
Yeah.
investigator, you know straight away. You've seen this car before. Like, it and its kinds before. You've seen that style, that family of vehicles before.
Right.
Actually, roll
yeah,
me.
I'll go in.
Roll me an intelligence check just quickly. I want to see
Okay.
what you might know. Hard
I
success.
got a hard. Yeah, I got a 38.
Harry Bremen, you have heard bits and pieces of this family. Odorato Martin. So the Marino family.
You
The
cut
Marino
off
family.
slightly.
Yeah, the Marino family is. As far as mafias go, they're not the worst, but that's still saying a lot being a mafia family.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like a lot of cold cases have ended their way towards long tracks leading out to the countryside with recognizable tire marks of the big Buicks, like the big, like the bigger vehicles that he has as well. Like this one in particular, maybe not this one specifically, but it
This
all
one.
links
You know
back
it.
to the Merino kind of thing. But the younger guys, they tend to not be the problem. It's the older ones that you tend to have a lot of rough and tumbles with.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go in the other car. I think.
Good choice.
I left my car over at the estate, so if I could get a lift in the pretty one.
but of course.
So, quick transition through. The two of you, like the three of you, the three groups of you get to vehicles and start driving around to Rupert Merriweather's estate. Now, this place is like a mansion house, really. It's something fancy here. It's proper luxury spacing. For most of you, you live in a house maybe a third of the size of this place, and that's to its maximum.
Yeah.
This place has a greenhouse, a statue library, an actual library, a walk-in wardrobe, staircases that lead to third floors, and on the slight
Yeah.
side of the house, Evelyn drives up her car and sort of closes it all up and starts walking very confidently toward one of the wings of the house.
Like Harry probably lives in an apartment the size of one of their bathrooms.
Yeah,
Yep.
So
same.
yeah, this is kind of
Same.
okay. I get where we're going now.
Yeah.
So- Fun time now is that you guys all can see on the other side of the house. He's not on the wing that you're walking towards, but you see a very annoyed individual discussing some things with another man, and he's just over there going,
Oh, dear.
getting visibly angry over on the other side. What do you guys want to do?
I look at Evelyn and I say, anything you know about that situation over there?
Oh, Bertrand's just being a bit of a dud again. Never mind. We have more important things to do.
Fair enough. Let's get to that more important thing, shall we?
Yeah.
And I'm
Let's
going to
see if
make
he sees
sure that I lead him through a side entrance. I'm assuming, given the size of this house, that there's staff.
Oh yeah.
And I'll make sure to greet, if I meet anyone, I'll make sure to greet every single one of them by name.
Roll.
I would
I would
also
like to extend the same courtesy.
Of course you do. I would also assume that my dear Ramses is meeting us. Because this is where I left him.
Oh yeah. All of you see, like the moment that that Evelyn goes into nature of just like Evelyn and my brain just said Beatrice. Daphne and Evelyn. The two of you sort of walk into this place, and it just becomes second nature. Like much more to Evelyn, obviously.
Yeah.
And people are greeting you. They're happy to see you, especially Evelyn. Like, it's good to see you again, miss. Like, pleasure to see you again. They're like handshakes and like pats on the shoulders and stuff, and like little chitters of gossip. And then you hear sliding around the side as this big dog just runs up and just starts like jumping on your leg as it gets to you.
Just a
Sounds
widest
exactly like a thing.
smile spreads across Evelyn's face, which is not something you see very often. And she just effectively goes down on her knees and gives that beagle a massive hug.
Oh.
Hello, Ramses. I miss you terribly. Have you been a good boy? Of course you've been a good boy.
And just
A
starts doing
strange
circles.
breed of dog.
It's a
The
beagle.
classics.
They're absolute darlings.
The beagles are adorable, excitable, and just a ball of fun to huggle and just.
Yep.
Thankfully, this is a Call of Cthulhu adventure. The dog is safe.
Phew. At least some of us should be safe.
Disclaimer: no dogs hurt during the introduction of this RPG.
Ramses, darling. Now, if you do see good old Bertrand, I want you to let me know.
And he sort of like takes off a little bit. And as he starts running, you guys get to like the side room, trying to avoid big crowds of people. And from the other side of the house, you just hear, "Arf, arf, 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 arf." And you also hear, "Get off me, you mutt!" And just like,
Good boy. And then I just sort of keep walking to, I think the library is a good place for this to be done.
Yes,
so that's where I'm going to leave
And
them.
this is Daphne's forte. She knows this library like the back of her hand. She knows it way better than anybody else in this place right now. It's almost her second home.
Nice. It's sort of a weird thing, Evelyn. You see Daphne just walk in here and not much like she owns the place, but she just knows exactly where to walk to. Like, you see her go into certain sections, just fawning over the collections and volumes, and as you sort of can figure what she's interested in, given by where she goes to first and what sections she's sort of gravitating towards. To everyone else, you just see an excitable lady rushing up against books, being like, "Ugh, what a weirdo."
Yeah, well, I'm familiar with the place because of my contacts with him, but obviously this isn't my place to touching things, so I'm just reserved.
Most of you have probably been into this room at least once or twice. This is his study. This was the place that he sort of reserved himself when he wanted to find out more information about the world at large, correspondence, and mostly just the library collection behind him. And this thing is Gothic-inspired and massive. Some of the libraries inside the city don't have a collection this vast. It's the remake of Beauty and the Beast levels of just big kind of thing. Just all around the walls. One of those ladders that have to go up to sort of slide around as well. Fun times.
So I'm going to assume there's a table, perhaps in front of a few sofas, designed for this kind of thing, and I'm going to delicately place the box on there, knowing fully well it's probably damaged already.
One sec, the 2 seconds. Sorry, the cat was getting stuck on the door. So you sort of put it down, and the moment you open this thing, everyone just gets this weird sense, almost like opening something that you feel shouldn't be opened, finding something you shouldn't find. And the shoebox opens, and there's this lockbox inside. And for any of you that can see, it has a key lock to it, but it is opened, like it's not locked up right now.
Yeah.
Who wants to open it?
I have reasonable locksmithing abilities. Not amazing, but I dabble.
Unlocked?
Go for it.
Is it? Sorry, did you say it was unlocked?
Yeah.
You're not sure.
Okay.
Well, Evelyn is the direct line, so I feel just best if Evelyn was to open her own family's belongings.
Daphne just perches on a chair nearby and just watches.
Like an actual bird.
Yeah. She's sitting on the back of the chair. She's not actually sitting on the chair.
Okay.
God, with the dresses back then, that would have been impossible.
No time like the present, I suppose.
Harry Brimman, could you like to roll me a locksmith check?
Okay. Harry will take out some gloves, put them on, go over to the thing, take out his lockpicks, and here goes nothing. Green roll. Fuck.
Let me show you how it's done.
No, to be fair, you walk over to this thing. It's a simple lock, but for some reason, it's just giving you a lot more like pain than you were expecting. Like this should be a simple fare, but it's struggling against you. Like you know that you clipped the right area, but it's just not.
Is there a key
Perhaps
in the box?
I should do it. I'm more practiced. I pull out my lockpicks.
I would like
Okay.
to grab a.
Would you like to roll this for me? But you need to make a hard success to succeed at this.
Oof.
So half of the.
Dane.
Not enough.
Is it possible to pick out a book that I've seen somewhere in this library on locks just like this one?
You're not sure.
Oh.
Seems this lock might be broken. I think the best way to proceed is with a gun.
Don't be ridiculous.
Guys, Gerardo's smiling at it.
First thing
What
I'm
would you
going
like
to
to
do
do?
is check the box to see if there's a key in the actual shoebox and not.
So you're reaching over the inside of the shoebox, and you don't really seem to find a key. And you want to sort of like reach your hand over to the box to like look and inspect it. And as you do, it goes unlocks.
Well, there we go.
Loosened it
I
for you.
knew I unlocked it. The Marinos never mistake.
You would get along wonderfully with my cousin. And then I just open it.
Just from the outside of the house, you. So, when he opens it up, this is when you find some curious pieces. First thing you find is a deed to a house. The house's address is 127 Ross's Corners. Now, for those of you that know, there's no roll really required. Ross's Corners is a small village settlement about 40 minutes west of Arkham. Sort of farm country, just little plot in the middle of nowhere kind of thing. It's got a church, it's got a gas station, a fishing shop, which is hilarious because it's not on the coast. They just have a fishing shop for some reason, and just a few houses, and then just big farm country.
Ross's
find-
Corner of all places. Huh.
So you find a key, and you find two things that catch your fancy. One of them is a small sarcophagus, barely the size of like your forearm. It's cracked in half. And you also find a leather-bound journal that has no title on it.
Okay, I would love to have a look at this sarcophagus. I'm going to be extremely careful. I'll avoid touching it until...
As an
this is-
occultist, as someone who studies these kinds of things, does this sarcophagus look familiar to me? Do I understand its purpose?
I'll say you guys have all probably seen this thing in his office space before. You've never really taken too much mind to it. Every time you've tried to bring attention to it, he's sort of hidden it away. But here's the scary part. It wasn't always broken.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm being very, very freaking careful.
Yeah, funny how gravity works on very old stone wooden sarcophagi.
Is it a wood or stone sarcophagus?
Bit of both.
Oh.
It's a weird design that it's got a wooden interior but a stone exterior.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever has archaeology can roll.
I mean, I'm decent at archaeology. So.
No, I've got one.
Go ahead.
It's
Likewise.
It's not happening.
Nope. I keep failing.
97.
That's beauty.
Anybody else have archaeology? Oh, and as well, Polish, you can roll me an Egyptian check because there is hieroglyphics.
Coptic on its own,
Coptic, yes.
without using the library around me.
I'll give you a bonus dice for that. So you want to roll the purple dice. Critical success.
Nice.
Nice.
I have a freaking 16 in this.
Great.
Wow.
Nat 1, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so fun thing that happens when you roll a natural one. Roll me a d10 and add that to your Egyptian. Oh my god.
9.
You gain 9 points in Coptic.
Oh, that's cool. I need to roll some of those.
I need to. Oh god, I need to look through my notes now because like I need to find what the thing actually says because I wasn't expecting you to pass that.
It's.
He's just like, no one will
I've
pass
forgotten
that.
the fact that I spent most of my life working in the sands, but no, I can read the hieroglyphs.
Every time I've run this adventure, I've run it like about 5 or 6 times now. They either need to take up to like an expert, or they spend like a good chunk of a day like hunting down. No, just natural one.
Darling,
No.
I am an expert
Good
in
all
these
the time.
matters.
Oh.
I don't know it's
Okay.
handwritten in hieroglyphics. It's actually your note.
Seeker of wisdom, servant, or maybe son, of Yugur Setheth, deliverer of the people of the water, bearer of the spirits of Nar Lot Hotep, child of Thoth, seeker of wisdom. Oh, that's so exciting.
Few mouthfuls right there.
Wow.
Now, the sarcophagus itself is empty. Like, it should have, something inside of it, but it is empty.
So it's approximately the size of my forearm, or
Mhm.
so it would. What does the sarcophagus itself look like? Is it decorated? Like, does it have?
Mhm.
Because often they would paint the stylized faces of the person in there. I'm wondering, is this? My first thought would be if this was a sarcophagus for a cat, but the text doesn't match.
The text doesn't match, and as well, the inscriptions on the side of it is strange because there isn't. It doesn't look because like King Tut had a small, sarcophagus to him as well, but this doesn't have. This doesn't have the regular markings you'd see for a burial of someone or something, because it has the Egyptian mask,
Yeah.
but the body underneath is sort of covered and wrapped, especially in the picture, and you can't really make out the silhouette of this thing. It just looks. It might be just that it's aged a bit and it's kind of cracked as well, but you can't really make out the shape.
That's peculiar.
Mm.
So all of you see as well as this sort of like as Evelyn's sort of like reading over the journals and taking about 5 or 10 minutes to do the translation. All of you just see this book on the table, black leather-bound book.
Oh, I would like to read the book. Then I would get off the chair and very calmly saunter over, and with one long fingernail, I would flick it open.
First page you open to is a book that has inscriptions.
GM's like, where are my notes? All cats are causing problems.
The ones in the sarcophagus or the ones outside of the sarcophagus?
You never know.
Dun, dun, dun.
Nope, notes.
I actually have this box.
Ooh.
Oh.
opens up into multiple different casings. Book like this. And as you flick up into the front page, all of you are there to see this. Obviously, it'll be reversed for you guys, but it says The Dark Brotherhood.
Oh, sorry, first. Good.
Oh.
Omnes una manet nox. Okay.
That's Latin,
Does
isn't
this look like an original copy?
it? Can I understand that then? I know Latin.
Roll me your Latin.
I also know Latin.
I am a Latin person. Oh, I only got 16. That's right. I wasn't very studious. Oof. Oh, but I made it anyway.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Ah, nice roll.
What are you guys doing? Oh my god.
Can I also roll for Latin?
We got rid of all of our failures earlier.
Yeah, we've already
is the
failed critically.
This is the time to be rolling it, guys.
I also
Wow.
rolled a hard success with
I
an
love how Gorion was like, I'm 16, I know Latin. Meanwhile, Bella's sitting over there with like an 80.
I was just like, alright.
I have 5 in Italian because I didn't know I had to raise it.
That's Italian.
That's enough for fake Italian, surely.
He's got
Oh
the
my
hang.
God.
naturalized American Italian.
Most of it. 90% of Italian.
So as Jared quickly rushes to Google to get the translation,
Not realizing it hasn't been invented yet.
oh no, it does.
81 in Latin.
It basically,
Wow.
the rough translation that you get out of this is the ones who wait in darkness.
Yeah.
So pretty much like a dark brotherhood or a secret.
Am I aware of this?
No.
I'll say, it seems very dubious. It seems to read, the ones who wait in darkness? How peculiar.
Yes, indeed.
So
As if a secret society or a brotherhood.
Yes,
come
yes.
together.
That would be
in dark.
the Brotherhood name, I assume.
So you guys flick through this book, and it takes about 30 minutes to go through it. What you basically get surmised out of this is a few things, which, oh boy, here's what the.
So, just a sort of, Evelyn is kind of stuck on the whole sarcophagus thing. So she's immediately going to, while they're working on the book in Latin, which is far more boring, she's just going to look around the library for, because she probably knows they're there, like books on Egyptian mythology, and start working on the meaning of the hieroglyphs, like the translation, to put it into context.
Daphne doesn't even look up, but she says, if you need a hand, let me know. And then she goes back to looking at the books.
Will do, darling.
Is it all in Latin, or is it just the title?
Title's in Latin. Most of it's written in English, and for those of you that recognize it, it is Rupert Merriweather's hand. There's a few Latin inscriptions here and there, but mostly with a hard success, you guys recognize that it's just Latin words of what they were already doing, basically.
Sure.
So he has English translations as well.
Oh. Okay. Well, my character won't read it.
Sorry, I would like to look around the library for Egyptian stuff as well.
Okay, roll me a library use check.
Library.
Both of us, or?
Yes. But you get a
50-50 for me.
bonus dice, Evelyn, because
Oh,
you
that's
are...
okay. I rolled an extreme success
wow.
anyhow.
50-50 for me. One time, no whammies. I also have an extreme.
Sorry, I forgot about the bonus die.
So many extremes.
What we
I
can
know
do
this
is
library
research,
quite
yeah.
well.
What we can do is research.
I spent many hours in here.
I think we broke the DM. I'm sorry.
You guys are not supposed to find this. This is... Alright, I guess you get the extra information.
Wonderful.
So, what you guys find from this... I'm really happy that you guys are getting this in the research phase. This is like my favorite part. So, there is other inscriptions underneath the plaque, and I can actually show that to you guys. It looks like...
Where are you?
I'll be posting this one. I'll describe it, but just so you guys can see as well for the players.
Yeah, but where?
In the Discord.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that won't work.
Really cold.
Cool.
I'm already done.
because now that you're sort of looking over it, there's writing on it, but there's also writing on the underside of the lid of this as well. Looks like this.
Ah,
So, with an
Okay.
extreme success,
Oh.
you guys notice that there is other writing underneath the sarcophagus.
mhm.
The writing and the style of it, you'd recognize that this is probably 5th Dynasty, so somewhere in the realm of 1800 BC.
Pardon. Jared, is that a link that you
Oh,
sent?
that was something I screen capped.
Oh, we can copy the link from in Discord.
I posted-
Yeah, no, could you please send that to Karen and I so he can post it in chat? Because only mods can post links in my chat.
Ah,
so-
that makes sense. Yep.
And I can't
So
change it.
that's very good. But you see this thing, and it should have something inside of it. But underneath, with a bonus dice, because you guys got an extreme success, can you guys roll me an occult?
Okay.
No. Oh, hang on, no.
So-
Success unless you want extreme hard.
Purple occult dice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm bad at occult.
Yeah.
That's okay, I got it though.
Not my area of expertise, not remotely.
The GM's like, please stop succeeding.
So, in weirder circles, this would be known as Muvian. Muvian. In the weirder circles, it is known as the third race of man, the race that was before the race that is now, sort of predating Egyptian culture. It's part of the Arborean cycle, so it's the land, almost like Dinotopia kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
Thought to not exist, but with an occult success and a frickin' extreme check on your frickin' rolls, guys. Yeah, no, you recognize that as Muvian. Now, you have no way of deciphering that, like, at all. Like, there's no roll you can make to like, unless you roll a 1 again.
It was like,
Let me just get in on that.
Hold on a second.
it would be an education roll if you want to roll, but it'd have to be a 1.
well,
Can I do it as
it's
well?
worth a go.
Sure.
I think it would be out of my character for me to do it, so I'm not going to bother.
That's fair.
No.
If one of us got the 1 though, he'd be like, please stop.
But the fact that the word is there, the fact that this scrolling underneath the lid of it is there, this tells you that this thing is old. This thing is a relic, and it's currently broken.
Oh man.
I'm going to
Guys-
look at Gerardo and go, perhaps someone so easily frightened should not be manhandling family
Ooh,
heirlooms.
pulling out the big word.
But anyhow.
Perhaps if someone cared more about their family, they'd feel the same.
Oh.
Oh no, you
don't ever worry,
didn't.
guys.
Oh
In
no,
the
you didn't.
meantime, don't ruin more objects, please. They have value. So here's the thing. Evelyn, having seen a sarcophagus with wood just hanging, like wooden inlays, hanging out in her uncle's office, it would have been very hard to keep me from having a look at that before. So I'd like to know what my uncle told me, knowing my interests, to keep me from looking at it previously.
This was the one case where he told you not to touch that, in the sense of all the things in this library you have access to, that is the one that you do not, and he said the words, you do not open.
Ooh.
Oof.
Well,
It
so
was bad.
Like,
This
it's
particular-
sort of like, it was a long time ago, and like, it was when you were very young, so you sort of like, just
Let it
naturally built up this rapport to, okay, don't touch that thing. Like, there's the one thing he said not to, and he was jovial and happy and like always excited to show you everything, but he was dead serious about this one. And from a very young age, you were like,
yeah, he
He
means
means-
it.
yeah.
Okay. Well,
And you always saw it on the desk. It was always closed, but now it's open.
so my uncle, he was very peculiar that this particular object was never to be opened. I was
Did he
always
t-
slightly tempted, but
Did he happen to tell you why?
No, it's always. This is from since I was a child. This object has been off limits, but just only slightly out of reach.
Curious.
I think.
And he wasn't the kind of man to make things off limits.
Can we just appreciate the fact that my uncle has not yet passed?
Yeah, maybe not the past tense.
Perhaps I should lock the door then.
As I had said,
In
he's
general, not
he's
because
currently
dead.
resting.
Oh, come
As
on,
in-
darling. Both you and I know that's not a rest.
Gerardo will go and lock the door.
Good choice.
I am sure that there are many, many more evenings of us drinking wine and discussing occult things in our future. Whether you, as the favorite, are part of that or not,
Ooh.
Oof.
is yet.
Tension.
Those are fighting words.
Damn it,
I
I'm a
love those.
doctor, not a psychiatric person.
But to be fair, Daphne, as you sort of say this, you kind of think to yourself, now let me get back to this book, because you're just
Yes,
flicking through as you're saying
absolutely,
this. Now, the question I ask is, this thing's pretty meaty. Do you want to sort of read this out as you're going, like skimming the notes, or do you want to sort of read it yourself and then tell them after?
She would be more likely to read it herself to absorb what's going on and then give the information out as
Alright.
necessary.
Oh, goody. This is my favorite part. So can you, and just you, if anyone else wants to be reading over her shoulder, you can be. Would anybody else like to be reading?
It is not proper to do so.
Cool.
I don't think Gerardo would be doing that. He's probably looking around the room for hidden
Looking for
stuff.
sightlines
Not
and,
at
like,
this stage. I
looking
think Evelyn is a tad preoccupied at the
Yeah.
moment.
I'm just observing his general workspace in deeper concentration now.
Harry, what about you? What are you thinking?
I'm probably still involved in looking through the library stuff as well,
Okay.
so no, I won't.
So, Daphne, can you roll me a sanity check? Just
A sanity check? Sure.
Ooh, wow.
I'm okay. That's a 10.
We're casually breaking the keeper over here.
Please don't do that. Move your
How many
sanity
more
down.
times can we break in this session?
okay.
I think.
Um,
Can you roll a sanity check for us?
I'm not. I'm
Sanity
not
check for the
difficult.
DM.
I succeed. Just.
Dang it.
So, Daphne, you're reading through this book, and it's effectively just a running log of a fraternity,
Yep.
like a group of individuals who got together and did weird stuff as college, like boys.
Yep.
And this is in the 1880s, so about 40, 50 years ago at this point.
Mhm.
What it mentions is just in brief detail about them buying a house in Ross's Corners, under the tutelage of the older individual, Marion Allen.
Mhm.
And it's got Rupert Merriweather and a list of other names as well, as
Yeah.
these men started doing experimentation with seances and psychic phenomena.
Yep. That's my area of expertise.
How much of this do you share?
At the moment, I'm just absorbing this information. Once I get to the end, I'll tell you what I
Okay.
share with you guys.
So here's where you get interested. Here's probably when you sort of stop and look up, because in February
So you cut
February
out.
February of 1882. So I need to alt tab, so I need to like look at stuff as I look at it. February of 1882, you see that there is an acquisition of a sarcophagus.
Oh,
Cool.
well, I found your sarcophagus. And then I keep reading about it.
They mention about the small animal that was trapped in amber that came with this sarcophagus.
What was the small animal?
It just references some kind of insectoid creature.
Yep.
But you look up and you don't see anything inside the sarcophagus.
Can I have a look at the box itself?
Sure.
Is there anything in that box other than? No?
I'd make you roll a spot hidden, but like, it's a box. Like, there's.
I'm just thinking like a.
It's
false
either there
floor.
or it's not there, and it is not.
Okay.
Oh, are you trying to
like
look
a
to see if
false
it's
floor
disturbed, like
of the
lack of dust there? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Or like, can we see that it's been taken out of the box? Is there a place where it would have now?
Ah. Judging by the fact that this thing would have been closed, there wouldn't have likely been dust on the inside of this thing. So when you look on the inside, you don't see any dust lines. The dust lines are on the outside.
Yeah. There's no like crumpled pieces or anything like that. Yeah.
Nothing. Completely empty.
We are missing a piece.
A piece.
Yeah. So this is a log of, for better word, a fraternity that your uncle appears to have been part of when he was younger. And they experimented with psychic phenomena and seances and such in a house. And in 1882, I believe it was, he came across this sarcophagus, which included a piece of amber with a small creature inside of it.
A small creature. What kind of creature?
It's not very clear, but it does say it's insectoid.
A scarab, perhaps?
Very likely.
Oh. Do I suspect the answer is going to be no, but do I know of any amber enclosed insectoids in my uncle's collection?
Roll me an idea check, so intelligence.
Intelligence? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Success?
Nice.
Success.
Yes.
No, not that you think of. Like, this is a bit of an oddity. This is not something that was very common in his collection.
It's... I can't recall seeing him have this type of
Is it
object.
possible that this Mary Allen or someone else in his cohort of people?
Sorry, forgive me. Among the cohort of people, is there a mention of a William Merriweather?
Is there?
No mention to a William Merriweather.
There is not, unfortunately.
Interesting.
Dating, like, doing by the dating of it, you
Hmm.
reckon that Rupert was probably in his very, very early 20s, so probably 20,
Right,
21.
my father would have been too young to be included.
Yes.
You
He
get the
might
feeling that
not
this
have
is,
been born yet.
yeah, this is like college fraternity where the boys were just together, and like there's random musings about, you know, today Cecil did this, today Henry did that, and it's just boys being boys in the 1870s.
Yeah.
But the one name that keeps coming up is, and Rupert sort of, if this were in the present day, you'd definitely say some fascination towards this male individual from Mr. Merriweather, but because it's coded in, you know, the 1920s, it's just he's very fascinated by this man's demeanor and excited to see what this man brings to the table and all that stuff. But every once in a while, he just keeps mentioning Marion Allen, and always talking praise of the older gentleman who is bringing us all these cool things for this experimentation.
Marion Allen seems to be the object of this journal. He seems to be the person that Rupert was looking up to at the time of writing this.
Are we in the library or in the study?
In the library.
Bit of both.
Okay. If so, I'm going to see if there's a list of contacts or a calendar or anything of the sort that would list addresses. I'm going to assume that I know where my uncle keeps these things, though I don't normally rummage through his personal
Roll me a
possessions.
library use check.
Library use? Okay. Yeah, success.
There is a section where you get to a list of names and like addresses through this area. Small contacts, it's going down the list, and it's all alphabetical. And when you get to like it's all alphabetical by last name. So when you get to A for the section, you're like Aaron, A. Aronson, and then you get to where Alan should be, it's ripped out.
Oh,
Huh.
Interesting.
So would you guys like to read this book together?
sure.
Alrighty. This is where I really need like the spooky music going on in the back.
AJ.
Rupert continues to mention that Alan has come into possession of the sarcophagus and the small insectoid creature. He's also come into possession of a Latin tome titled De Vermis Mysteris. It's said to be a portential book that assists with the rituals and the experiments that he's so excited about bringing to all of these people in the Dark Brotherhood.
Yep.
And he mentions how the amber and the creature inside was reported to be, from old days, a gift, a spirit guardian into the world of the psychic, and it will be their guide through these dark and troubling times.
Oh. As somebody who studies the occult, do I have more of an understanding on what that is implying?
Roll me an
Because me as a
occult check.
person, I understand what that's implying.
Yeah, roll me an occult check.
Just gotta find it. It's down here. Nope, I fumbled.
100.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible.
Wah, wah.
So, I'm not going to approach this from an occult point of view, but from a historical point of view, was this common practice among Egyptians to use animals for this purpose? I know it's into the afterlife upon passing, but not.
Roll me an
it's still alive.
archaeology roll. Or archaeology roll with a bonus dice because you're in library.
Success.
Cats tended to be the big wardens for the spirit world. Rarely was there bugs or insectoids used. That's not common. The only one that comes up is the scarab. But he would have just said, like, your uncle, he would have said scarab. So clearly this thing was not a scarab.
Well, it's not unheard of for Egyptians to have used animals in similar ways, but a random insect seems rather peculiar.
The book sort of continue.
In fact, although he was young at the time, my uncle should have been familiar with animals commonly used in this way, so it would have to be a rather unusual creature for him not to name it.
It may be so unusual that it didn't have a name.
Perhaps. Could have gone extinct.
Could have.
Do I
If
have
that's the case, then
biology?
this thing is like...
Can I use my biology?
Actually, I think there might actually be a picture of
There's a picture of the disappeared object.
In the book.
Because
Oh.
I study
I was just
biology
like,
as
what?
part of my
Man,
my
if there was a picture, I would have showed
education.
you guys the picture straight away and been like, this is what it looks like.
Well, to be fair, you didn't know that this was a picture of the thing. You thought this was just random scrollings because it looks like this.
Oh.
What is that?
Biology checks.
Oh, don't worry about it. I failed. Oof.
No,
Biology. I don't think I even have biology.
it would be under sciences, so it would be 1%.
Science?
On the far right corner, you can add sciences as a skill.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
So it's not normally part of the regular skill list. So if you don't have it, it's 1%.
1%.
Or you can attempt an education roll at an extreme success.
I'll probably go
I'll
with
try
education.
Anyone can roll that. Just like, did you randomly know this factoid?
No,
Ooh, can I
regular
use
success.
education?
Sling education success. That's a
There we
three.
are.
Can I use education as well?
That's an extreme success.
Jeez Louise.
Keep it broken.
My favourite
We
part,
win.
provided they don't succeed.
How? How?
I told
So we
you
win
I
the
was
campaign,
smart.
right?
I'm not just a pretty face, you know.
This is concerning because this means the occultist is the one that identifies this.
Well, it is a creature used for an occult purpose.
Oh boy. So this thing has many names. The one name that you would hear in your circles, Daphne. I keep saying Delphine.
That's okay. I'll just be Delphine. Why not?
So Daphne, you recognize that this thing is the only word that comes to your mind is a homunculus.
Oh.
It's technically not like the weird circles that you've been a part. They mention that this thing is not technically real. It lives, it moves, it has its own way of moving around,
But
it's been created and gifted to someone.
I would explain that to everybody very clearly and concisely because I don't wish to have any qualms later on about what we're doing or not doing, what we found or not found.
So is this... You say it was created.
Yes.
Is it an artifact or...
No, it is a living, breathing... The best way I can explain it is it has no mind of its own, but it's created to give to someone.
That's not possible. It's not possible to just create life. You don't just go and slapdash something.
What are you talking about? Have you seen the movie The Golem?
It's
It
a
must
movie.
be like that.
It's called a movie for a reason, because it's not real.
So for those of you that don't have occult, can you roll me a sanity check?
No.
Yay.
I failed.
Oh, yeah.
I succeeded.
Hey!
Gerardo has regained
I rolled
everything.
it.
It's just the golem, you know. It's just a Jewish golem. It's fine.
I do things all the time.
Fail is 1 sanity point of damage.
Do I get any bonuses for rolling crit?
No.
Oh, never mind.
Crit would be helpful if it was something that was like truly disturbing. A critical could potentially be you just take no damage at all, where sometimes even if you succeed, the thing you're looking at might still cause sanity damage. Critical success is either 0 or 1 damage against something truly like mind-bending. So
the ability to level up skills doesn't apply to sanity for critical successes. Okay, so you cannot regain sanity points?
You can, but not.
There are 2 ways. Recovery through psychoanalysis over a month, or if you succeed at like an adventure and dealing with the problems, you gain sanity out of the strength of your mind going, we dealt with the thing, we saved the world kind of thing. Like, we actually stopped the thing. But if you don't stop it, then a couple of weeks later, some news reports come up and they're very vague, but you guys know what's going on, and you actually lose more sanity.
Yeah, because we're the only ones that get it.
The guilt-ridden thing of, we could have actually stopped that, but we either chose to or not, so...
Well, I have psychoanalysis, so, you know, at the end of it, if you want to hire me out, get you back.
Psychoanalysis is very useful. If anyone is currently having an episode going up, you can actually run over to them and stop that occurring by using psychoanalysis. Yeah, just like, wake up, man, smack.
Snap after the man.
So, the one that comes to you, Thomas.
Who's Thomas?
Harry, sorry.
The secret character. Dun dun dun. He revealed his age too quickly.
We knew Plunky was getting in here somehow.
Thomas, you're here. Harry, you're sort of looking over while they're sort of like discussing all of this. You're the one looking back over at the book.
Yeah.
And it's mentioning how they're preparing for the ritual now that everything is in place. And it mentions a date, the March the 19th, that they will commence this ritual. Would you like to read the next page?
Yes, they do.
Wait, sorry, reading the tome, the main tome. The
journal.
The
journal. That wasn't me reading that. I was looking at the bookshelf stuff.
But like, as this is sort of like happening, like you've all sort of like congregated back down to.
We've tried to
like,
identify a weird insect.
Yeah, and like the attention is now on this book more than anything else because Daphne like got your all attention, because you guys
Sure,
are finished
okay.
with grabbing books off the library and stuff. That was
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
the hard success checks on the frickin' Coptic.
I guess read the next page. He says terrified.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Daphne
let's see
just
what happens
smiles
next.
and turns it and says, "Go on then."
All right.
Okay.
If this were a movie, just like I'm only doing this just for cinematic purposes. It won't screw you. If anything, it just sort of helps everyone else. This would be the moment where you'd start reading the book, and it would like transition over to like a flashback kind of thing, and it would be
Yep.
Rupert Merriweather as a young person, sort of like saying this as he's writing it down.
Yeah.
Ditto.
So, in Rupert's voice, you hear March 19th, 1877. We began the ceremony as Alan instructed, according to the description in De Vermis Mysteris. A fire is set in the fireplace, and a pentagram chalked on the floor, marked with appropriate symbols and illustrated by 2 black tapers placed near the center. Flanking the piece of amber with its entrapped spirit, you find that the pentagram oscillates to this central point. The others sit in a circle, while I, the designated watcher, and there's air quotes for that, guard for malevolent spirits that might attempt to pervade this ritual. At least I get a comfy chair. Everyone else has to sit on the floor while this goes on. Alan throws a handful of powder in the fire, producing an evil-smelling smoke and dampening the flames, which now burn a sputtering green and brown. Those seated on the floor begin the Latin chant Alan has transcribed from this book.
Oh, what's the Latin chant?
Not written here.
Good.
After nearly
Straight
2
out.
hours, I see a trail of smoke circling up from a piece of amber. Its surface seems to be bubbling and melting. Can this be? Is this finally the breakthrough we've achieved? Are we looking for this finally giving us results? I can see His hand trails off. March 20th, 1877. We have finished with our plans and have sworn a pact of secrecy never to speak of what happened last night. We have satisfactorily explained that the death of poor Robert, and in some manner the madness of Harold. The sheriff accepts the explanation of a carriage accident. We planned it well. Robert's neck was broken in the fall, we told them. Harold struck his head on the rock when the horse's leg broke and the carriage rolled. Which, would it be that it was only that simple? For the rest of us, we will be forever changed by what experienced happened last night. I will write down the true events so they are not lost completely. The thing formed in the center of the pentagram, shapeless and nearly invisible. Its terrible voice should have given us a clue, but we were so foolish. It spoke, and then Alan cast that damn powder on the djinn, the dust of Ibn Ghazi, he called it, and that's when we could see it clearly. Words cannot adequately describe the faceless thing that looked upon us. 1,000 maws and bubbling eyes and grotesquities. It toiled and bubbled, never fully revealing itself at any one time. So terrifying was its aspect that I was frozen in place, my pen falling from my neverless fingers. Cecil and Alan seemed as lifeless as myself, with a short, sharp cry issued from Crawford's mouth. Robert, however, rose to his feet. Before anyone could stop him, stepped forward as though to embrace this horrifying guest. With its arms, or its appendages, or whatever you call those malformities, it took hold of poor Robert's head and twisted his head clean off like a doll. The lifeless corpse was then thrown back in Harold's lap, and that's when he began the damnable screeching. The screeching, the shrieking, the laughing, and the screaming never stopped since, even after we handed him over to the sheriff's office. We still had a chance, apparently. Alan now believes that if we had kept our wits, we could have reversed the summoning and forced the creature back to whence it came from. But Crawford panicked, and mistakenly believing it would dispel the creature, reached forward and destroyed part of the pentagram, breaking the seal and ending its effectiveness. Released from the binding symbol, the thing, with a screech that could only have been unholy satisfaction, was ejected from the house, disappearing out the window as a roaring, screaming wind of boiling colors. March 24th, 1877. Alan intends to leave Arkham and travel to find a solution to this crisis. He said that he intends to seek out occult scholars in New Orleans. I pray he is successful, but my hopes are not high at this point. He insisted that I be custodian of the gold sarcophagus and not show it to anyone. What's even more odd is that he instructed me not to visit or even live in Boston. I can only guess as to why, and he will not tell me his reasoning, apart from his insistence that it is for my own safety. Marion still thinks that the thing could yet be destroyed, or at least dispelled, but none of us who remain have the stomach for such an undertaking. I hope he can find a way to safely banish it without another of us falling to its malevolent grip. The next page shows a list of names. Up the top is Robert Mencken, March 1882, Harold Copley, August 1882, Marion Allen, August 1883, and next to it is a newspaper article of a man being shanked in, said to have been robbed, mugged, and shanked in the docks of New Orleans as he was frantically asking about strange oddities from the Egyptian Isles. Then it says Crawford Harris, January 1915, Cecil Jones, March 1924, and Rupert Merriweather with a dash next to his name. Finally, as you're opening the book, as the last page flicks out, you see handwritten in a much shakier font, almost to say years have gone by. There is one more message, a letter.
Oh.
It's written to all of you. Dear friends, in the years after the nightmarish events of that night in my youth, I have seen many strange things. Only now do I begin to grasp the truth of reality and the scope of what is happening in this world. I've tried in a small way to combat the horrors and make amends for my part in bringing on to our plane this nightmarish abomination. What I have left to offer, what riches and wealth I have, I will put to good use in dealing with these abominations, is the very least the old coward can do. I could never make myself go back to that little farmhouse and put those events to right. I too gravely feared that which my friends and I had loosed upon this countryside. Nothing of conscience has yet taken place. The consequences of that night have still not shown themselves to the greater world. But with my death, I fear the bonds will be broken, and that horror free to go as it pleases beyond the house. Lives not yet taken already weigh heavy on my conscience. The method of delivering the thing out of this world is still in that accursed house. The translations made by Marion from the book De Vermis Mysterious are there to be found.
Yeah.
I was never strong enough to take on the task, but I have hope that you are. In ridding the world of this, perhaps you will save my soul from hell, for I fear that my deeds have not been enough to release me from this heavy burden. I do not expect your forgiveness for what I have asked you, but I hope that you'll find solace in this just endeavor. Rupert Merriweather. Everybody roll me sanity.
Sanity roll?
Yay.
Shit. That's a fail.
That
Oh,
is
what a
a
success.
I failed.
Thank gosh. My first success.
Yeah. 39.
I'm
A
okay.
success.
Yes, I rolled 34.
Alrighty.
Can you just press the mute button, Christian? Mute it.
For those of you that fail, hopefully this works. Oh, ouch. So those that succeed, you take no damage. Those that fail, you take 2 sanity.
2.
That's a lot of damage.
6
And
points left,
everybody-
guys.
Success is no
And-
damage,
So
right?
then it goes
No damage.
Yeah,
down just to 58
mi-
for the regular one, for me.
Yep.
for the middle bit, yeah.
And everybody gains 1 point in Cthulhu Mythos.
Ooh.
Yeah.
1 point.
No,
One.
nothing.
So
1 whole point.
1 is better than none.
That's
I mean,
arguable.
yeah, I can crit success now.
That's arguable. You don't want to crit success with that, I don't think.
Evelyn is quite shaken by this. It was not quite matching up with the image I had of my dear uncle's childhood. So I'm going to go to. I know it's there. In fact, I may have ensured that it's there for future use. There's a small hidden compartment near one of the bookshelves, and next to it there's. Because keep in mind we are in the era of prohibition. There's just a few set out glasses looking terribly innocent, but in this hidden compartment is a bottle of whiskey, and I'm going to pour myself a drink.
That sounds like an amazing idea. I'll join you in that.
I feel like Gerardo probably has a flask on him. He just drinks out of that.
Wig for everyone.
Daphne's kind of a bit confused as to why everybody is so shaken by this. This is
Yeah.
her jam.
He's already insane.
Well, it's not even that. I'm just like, this clearly seems to be some kind of hoax of some sort, surely. Because peace isn't a normal thing. This isn't biologically normal. So
My
it
dear
clearly
lad,
can't be everything.
has Rupert ever led you on a wild goose chase before?
No, but I've had to deal with his injured.
Yeah, exactly. Injuries that have come from what exactly?
His endeavours. That's all I know. I've been asked not to ask about it, and quite frankly, practice.
Use your mind, dear fellow. His injuries may seem consistent with this terrible thing that he is trying to stop.
He said he hasn't tried though.
No, this is just the common, someone has a gun wound or a knife wound. Usually knife wounds. But yes, when he deals with thugs, as he says.
You also notice that in the journal it mentions how this is one of his earlier forays into this weirder world, but not his last.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I know my uncle used to at least be quite adventurous in a range of ways. That's why we got along so well. But this particular instance I've never heard of. Nothing of quite this magnitude where, well, it's not quite what I expected to find.
I mean, the worst I've seen is acid burns. Extreme acid burn. But I assumed it was chemical based. Because that's what he told me, so why would I ask questions?
Jared, I have a question. So my character probably deals in fine arts, paintings and such. Has he ever sold?
Sorry, you're cut out.
Has he sold any ever to Rupert?
Most likely.
So he would have a gallery in this case, possibly, right?
A couple of selections, at least in the library here, for sure.
Do I know if he has any interesting or like monstrous paintings in that gallery?
Yes.
I'd like to go there. I tell the party that I believe our monster may have a painting in this very building.
Oh.
It may give us some insights into what this form is. And then I start walking to the gallery.
That sounds like a really good idea.
So is everyone following him? Okay, I would say it's purely conjecture.
And I'll make sure to bring Ramses along because I don't want to leave him around Bertrand for too long.
That's coming along.
Yeah.
All of you guys make your way into the gallery, would be the best way to describe it. There's a couple of macabre pictures in here, but there's a few that have tarps over them to cover from the unassuming eyes.
Gerardo will go over to the tarps and pull one off.
Roll me
Careful.
a luck check. Roll me a luck check.
Be careful, please.
He's not careful.
Oh boy. All of you see, as Gerardo pulls off this sheet, you are all greeted by a ghastly picture. Everybody roll me sanity.
Hey! I succeed!
Oh, I succeeded as well.
Oh no, I failed for the first time.
Still holding true to the
How
fact
have
that
I
it doesn't
not
exist.
seen this painting before? But alright.
I have failed.
He hasn't let you, because this one is strange.
So he has it hanging in the gallery, but won't let me look at it. Right.
To be fair, like most of these, you reckon that since you get the feeling that these ones have actually been brought out recently as a sort of power play by Bertram to be like, get everything out. I want to start selling these things off like already, kind of. You've never seen this one before, and it shows because everyone that fails takes 2 points of sanity.
Fuck's sake.
Wow.
I did not fail.
68.
But the luck on this one is that you see this thing, and underneath it says Pikmin's model. It shows a depiction of a humanoid figure walking towards front frame. Long extended claws, skin that is way too pasty white. The eyes dark as if a shark's. The teeth extended, ready to sink in its teeth to something. The terrifying thing about this picture is the quality of it. That this creature is standing over someone. It has them almost in a headlock, and it's biting into their head. And the painting itself is way too realistic. That's what the sort of sanity is from. This thing looks like he could jump right out of the page right now.
I haven't seen this piece here before. It's been brought out recently. And then Gerardo goes over to the other tarp.
And at this point, the doors slam open and say, "What are you doing in here? Get out!" Bertrand walks.
No, cousin. We have business here.
And he sort of walks right over and says, "Business? This is my house, not
It
yours.
is not.
You leave."
You absolute leech. Your father is yet alive.
"Oh, he's next to dead. Accept it, woman."
At this point, Daphne is looking at this kind of conversation and is a bit worried that Evelyn may take some swings.
Mm-hmm.
So she takes a few steps forward and she says, yes, you, the unloved one. You weren't
And-
even worth a mention."
As you say that, you see him lock up his face. He's like, "Arthur! Terrence!" 2 bodyguards walk into the room. These guys are about 6'2", and they are huge. Where Bertram is a pudgy, potatoey pear, these men are muscle builders. They have full physique to them, and they are intimidatingly present as they stand like this.
How much would it cost to buy both of you as my personal bodyguards instead?
They both look at you, and even Bertrand looks as well, and they look and say, "Not enough, boy."
Daphne
sure?
kind of just takes the stock of them. At either of them looking like they like what they see.
Yep.
Yep. She kind of stretches up in a very lazy kind of manner and walks forward and she says, "Gentlemen, now, do we have to get so rough and tumble?"
Roll me a charm check, I guess.
Hard
That is a
success.
Nice.
Oh. Wow.
Very nice.
It's the bard. It's the modern day bard.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Alrighty. They sort of pay you a little attention, and they're clearly like relaxing a little. And then Bertrand just says, "What are you doing?" And he turns around to them and says, "Get them out of here!" And they're sort of looking at him like, "All right, boss's orders." And they start walking towards you guys. Like, they don't really want to like throw you out of here, especially not Daphne at this point. But they're looking like they've got a job to do, basically.
You do realize that I have the owner's permission to stay here. I have a room in this house.
And I am his son.
And at this point, Daphne smiles,
Ignore that.
says, "You may be his son, but Evelyn was the daughter he never had."
And a daughter does not mean damn in this house when I am the inheritor. I am his firstborn
Oh,
son.
darling, you're
Favorites
half
or
the
not.
man I am.
But I'm still more man than you.
Go, Evelyn!
Oh, darling
I am
cousin.
100%
Shall I call the police and see what they hand for you
Sure.
trespassing on my house?
Do
You're
you mean
more than
Harry
welcome
or
to.
do you mean Edward? Because I know them both quite well.
He grumbles his face, and he goes, "Ugh," and he starts walking towards the telephone. He looks like he's seriously calling the police.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll leave. I'll just go grab my things over in the library, and I'll take off.
And he looks at you. When you say that, he starts relaxing his face a little bit. He's like, "Thank you for understanding the situation."
Of course, sir.
Daphne's gonna slowly follow him, but she's gonna run her hands past each bodyguard and be like, "Well, you can find me in the library."
One of them goes to walk. The other one grabs his hand and goes,
I mean,
How about the rest of you guys?
While you're
Oh,
at it,
of course.
cousin, how about you don't ruin another mansion? We know what you did to the last one. Sold below market value?
oh,
Perhaps not do it to your own estate this time. It's bad enough that you've ruined one family's fortune.
He looks furious.
Of course
He
he
looks like
is.
he's about to walk up and slap you. But he's holding his own because he's calling the police.
And I'll be like, well, it seems like we've all had quite a jolly experience catching up again. I think we should, yes.
I'm going
Get
to...
out.
I'm going to make sure
Gerardo
that...
heads to the library and picks up any of the stuff we've been using, the books, the sarcophagus, and all.
Yeah.
I'm going to make sure to speak to every staff member of the household, like that I can find on the way out.
I would particularly like to speak to the cook and ask her if she could slip him a little something, so that we can continue the rest of this without his interference.
He'll more than likely get to that at a later part of the day.
Okay.
You can do that, but he'll probably get that around dinner time.
Yep.
See...
I'll
Can
grab
come back
any
at-
biology type books that I can get my hands on.
Nice. So you guys basically grab a couple of pieces here and there.
Hmm.
You grab
I
all of the
mean-
stuff you were working with.
With my uncle's blessing, I have been smuggling a few select tomes out of this place for quite a while, knowing
Oh, yeah.
exactly what idiot my cousin actually is.
Yep.
Um,
Oh, that's where all of the books have been going.
not so loudly. Bertrand might hear something. Not that he would understand the meaning of it anyhow. But
Does he
yeah,
even know what books are?
I suspect he can read picture books.
Suspect is great. Jeez.
Well, he obviously can't spell worth a damn.
Oh no. Oh no. He was 12 before he could write his own name properly. She's only slightly exaggerating.
I feel the friendships formed between common hatred.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to make
Always give an
sure-
antagonist, and that's how people are brought together.
Yep.
gonna
Daphne
make
has gone
sure.
squarely from being squarely anti-Team Evelyn to being 120% Team Evelyn.
I'm still not entirely sure what to think of these people, but they're not Bertrand, and that's a step up.
Yep.
But yeah, like I said, I'll be talking to every single staff member I can see on my way out, discreetly.
Every one of them gives you the look of like why can't it be you? And like one of them is Jeeves, the big main butler. He sort of looks at you and says, "I'm sorry, my dear, but here is your coat. It's a shame that I must put it on what is seen in the wrong society as the lesser of the family, but you always have a place here in our hearts."
Thank you, dear. Now, you see, contrary to what my cousin believes, my uncle is still alive. Just make sure that that Bertrand is not quite yet treated as the owner of this estate, because he's simply not.
I'll try my best, but he is pushing for legal matters. He has paperwork, and he says that his people would have us fired if it meant we don't cooperate.
Well, darling, Here's the thing, I may not be able to take all of you on quite yet, but anyone who faces that kind of consequence from my dubious cousin is welcome to my place.
Big nod, and he says, "Indeed, ma'am. May
Yeah,
you have a
effectively,
pleasant day."
what I'm going to do is give like select instructions to select people to be like, hey, this particular object, get it out, and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Like I am full on, so I need to launch a smuggling operation between the states.
And as you do so, Daphne would probably very quietly say, maybe those covered paintings should be the first to come out and towards your estate.
Thing is, he'll notice those because he's the one who put them out. He's dumb, but he's not completely brain dead. So it's more.
Well, if they are for sale, then perhaps I can purchase them.
Of course. I suspect Bertrand will sell anything to the highest bidder, or anyone who flatters him enough, so...
And
That works good enough, even if they
a little-
aren't useful to us, I can at least sell them back.
Not even that, a side note as well. Being that you are a dapper individual man, you could, say for example, if there was an auction to be happening, you could show up early and happen to discuss with some of the socialites who might be interested in buying and maybe persuade them to put their money in other places in fear of rough negotiations, only to buy them yourself for lowest price.
Exactly.
Alrighty. So, you guys have all of your stuff. It takes about
Yeah.
10-15 minutes to discuss with all the staff, grab all your things, and basically leave the premises. And not too long thereafter, as you guys drive off, you do see some police vehicles driving towards the house.
I would like to wind down my window and wave at the lovely gentleman.
You get one of them waving, and then the senior, sergeant sort of, slaps him over the head, being like...
And I
And he
wave
sort of-
at him as well with a big smile.
And he just looks at you like...
Blushes and looks like,
Oh, don't look at me like that. It's not
So-
my fault he wasn't good enough.
My goodness.
So what's the plan? Where are we driving to?
Yeah, what is the plan?
mm.
At the very least, it's get off the premises, but where do you guys want to go?
I'd suggest either
Sure.
my place or potentially Daphne's, since she has the largest library.
I'm pretty sure I have quite a sizable library. I'm not sure if it's as grand as your... But I do believe...
I'm really excited for this, because this is going to be another one of those you really shouldn't get this, but Daphne, can you roll me a credit rating roll?
you have nothing written in my credit rating box.
I have not. I forgot to add that it was 60. No, 55.
55? I'll just put that in and then roll.
I feel like I have a great library.
That is a success. With
Dead
a
on.
55.
I like how she got the bare minimum for success.
Of course she does.
But I do...
Probably a very small library.
That's interesting. I actually thought you had a higher rating than me.
Yeah, she talks big.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, she told
Funny how, perception is half of the currency in this land.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, I don't have a
She dresses
library.
Well.
You don't have a library.
95
gallery.
No.
Do you want me to roll for it as well? I know I have some books, but it's probably not a full library, to put it mildly.
Yeah.
Credit
What type
rating?
of books am I looking for?
Yes.
Because would I have some from being in medical?
No,
Medical field?
I don't quite have enough.
You'd have 30 for medical because you didn't put too much points into your credit rating. 30 is still, decent middle class. So.
We could go to the librry.
No,
Yeah.
darling, they don't.
Poor,
tend
poor
to
Harry's
have
got a
these
credit rating of
things.
10. He's looking at all of you guys being like, what the fuck?
So, my house it is.
Very well.
So,
Where-
funny enough, roll me just an idea check, Daphne, because this is going to be really...
Okay.
I'm going
And
to laugh.
Idea was intelligent.
Yeah?
Yes.
Was edge.
Intelligence.
Nope. That is a fail of 85.
Excellent.
Can't find my credit. My
I like how
Anyway.
you're like, excellent. That's terrible.
Credit ratings underneath climb on the skills.
On the left side.
I've got
Yeah.
30. All right. Do
Yeah.
I have some? No, don't worry about it. I'm just a lonely person.
73. No.
Keep in mind, I am smuggling my, like, I'm literally building things by smuggling them out.
So you guys get all of your stuff and just start like making your way over to Daphne's house. Can everybody roll me a luck check? Just this is going to be amazing if this happens. Whoa.
Yeah, 93.
Hard success.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I don't have any luck points in my luck points.
Fail. We.
Oh,
Man, Polish has some amazing luck.
you have 55.
Thank you.
So Polished, you guys are walking into this place.
I'm also a hard success.
Oh, goody. So this is amazing that you two are the ones that succeeded this. So you come into Daphne's house. It's quite, I think the word is ostentatious or quite not presumptuous. It's pretentious. That's the word. Still a nice
They
thing to
all
look at
look
for some
like
of
high
you.
quality items, but they're all stamps made in China.
Off the
Underneath each of them.
So
Is there
Guys,
anything
what
you're
is
trying
that?
to pass off as an antique? Because I'd probably spot that.
No, most of it is just curios.
Okay.
Most
like
of it
what-
would be just stuff that she thinks looks cool, but she wouldn't be able to afford the real thing.
a lot of fake ones to the contrary.
Yeah.
But you two are looking, and this is where I love this game, because dice rolls happen and Jared gets sad. Evelyn, you recognize a lot of the books in this house from growing up. You see a few here and there, and you're like, hang on, I recognize these books. And you start flicking through.
Are they the exact copies?
Potentially.
It's remarkable where certain objects keep popping up.
Yeah, Rupert gave them to me.
He gave you these.
Yes, absolutely. I told you we were close. I know you don't believe me, but we did have many wines and discussed many things.
Oh my god, are you like his frickin'...
Mistress?
Rupert was
Here's the
her
thing.
sugar daddy. Let's get that clear.
Yeah.
Daphne, as much
Colt
as I'd
daddy.
like to believe you, I'm not certain you were quite to my uncle's tastes.
Oh,
I
I'm certain
don't
she's everyone's
prefer
taste.
Anything sexual, my love. I prefer muscular men like the bodyguards over your lovely, wonderful uncle. We were more of a union of the minds.
See, I am strangely relieved by this.
And that's
Quite
how the
frankly-
friendship broke down.
If,
He was a very handsome man back in his day, though, and if I were around...
let's just, well,
Great. Telling
know,
that
I'll
to the
just
telling
say
that
that
to the
his son
niece.
doesn't quite look like most of the
No,
family.
that's why I said when we walked in.
Right.
He's very disappointing.
Well, he
Oof.
is for a range of reasons. I don't particularly care about the others. Right. Well,
Fantastic. So, as you guys are looking through the books, like just sort of looking around, the two of you look upon one particular one that sort of catches your.
Yep.
Both of you see that it's an older tome. It looks to have Latin writing on it, but it's not. It doesn't have a. It's an old tome. It's technically a codex, so it doesn't really have written on the outside. This is this book. It's just.
Yep.
But both of you sort of look at this thing going, hang on. Especially Daphne, you don't really remember having this one in your possession, but it just sort of like funneled through to your collection.
This, I haven't had a chance to look at this. I don't even remember when he gave me this. What is this? And she would pick it up and start to flick through it, because obviously her house.
Front page, written in Latin. because you buggerlugs are lucky and happen to have a good collection of weird books.
Yep.
First-hand copy, De Vermis Mysteris.
Oh,
Well,
Oh, how very convenient.
We
Daphne,
that's the exact book we needed.
either my uncle has incredible foresight, or you are incredibly lucky.
I believe that this is a testament to your uncle's intelligence and not my luck. If I were an incredibly lucky woman, I would be living in a mansion surrounded by men. However, I live here.
Well, there might be one free from the taking after my cousin Ruiz's credit rating yet again.
Your cousin is definitely not my type.
Oh, no, I didn't mean through marriage. I mean by obtaining it through other means if I don't get there first.
Oh,
Anyhow.
yes. Murder. Murder's always an option.
To be frank, I don't particularly care if you engage in that. I certainly won't be the one to report you.
So, while you guys are having this...
Actually planning someone's downfall over an ancient...
Gerardo is kind of like looking around your stuff, very clearly looking for alcohol.
Oh, the alcohol is this way. And she takes you into like a serving kind of area.
And he sort of
when
gives
he
you the look
gets
of,
there,
like,
he fills his flask.
She does not look phased at all.
Thank you, darling.
You're very welcome.
So, all of you you've come to Daphne's house, you have a very rare occult book in your possession, along with massive selection here, not as big as Rupert's. What do you guys want to do from here? Like, you've got a couple of areas you could potentially continue investigating, or you could just take what you have and say, let's go to that weird house that we have the deed.
I feel like some sort of research should happen before we go running off.
Yes.
Yeah, agreed.
My uncle was not easily frightened.
Yeah.
Even
What
in his
would you
younger
like to-
days, especially.
Because it's in Latin, I'd like to pour over the Divernus Mysteris on my extremely comfortable couch, because the only thing in my entire house that has any quality is my couch.
Oh, goody.
It's the only thing not made in China.
Yes, the couch and the bed. Everything else is made in China.
And I'm going to make sure that Ramses behaves, by the way. I am not leaving him near my cousin, so of course he's with me.
Oh, of course not, of course not.
Yeah.
And she opens like a little alfresco kind of yard. She's like, you can stay out here if you want, or curl up next to you.
That is adorable.
I am going to stay very close to my darling beagle.
I have a soft spot for beagles.
He's the most intelligent family member I have at the moment, with my uncle being out of action.
Yeah, wow. Shots fired. I would like, are there any, like, newspaper, I don't know, like, newspaper back issues in this collection? I'm kind of interested in seeing if there's anything from that kind of region of that kind of time.
Potentially. Roll me a library use check.
Library use. Okay, I have a 50-50 on libraries. Let's do this. No whammies. 21's a hard.
Oh,
Alright, so you get 2 questions of information that you would have found through newspaper records.
Okay. Like, what was reported happening at the time? Like, how would the local newspapers have covered the,
Those dates. So the dates were the March the 19th, March the 20th, and March the 24th, I believe.
They make mention of a local bunch of drunkard students significantly misunderstanding that they shouldn't be on a carriage while drinking, and that one poor soul unluckily fell between and corkscrewed his head. So it's rather grisly, and back then they just sort of kept details to the front. But it just sort of reports that, they did the police checks, and this is be careful out there, kids. Don't get like these ones. Don't have your head...
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Second, as a flick through in the following, I don't know, year or so, are there any weird occurrences in that town? I know that's quite a broad thing, but did anything
No,
else
that's
weird
fair.
happen afterwards?
Okay, you're starting to piece it together now that there's a few corresponding with the paperwork that's in Daphne's house. Only because you're sort of looking at this from the outset. Like there wouldn't be anything linking this, but now you've got an eye to sort of look for these weirder occurrences. And the weirder thing that you're noticing is that there seems to be a few more missing persons cases around Ross's Corners a lot more. And you come
Okay.
across one article that mentions how they interviewed some of the locals, and the locals are now calling it a haunted position.
Right.
But this happens to be you have to look a bit because the missing persons start in the late 80s, early 90s, and then 2000s, the 1900s. I know, wrong timing. But only at the last section towards the 1900s is when they start calling it haunted. Before then, it's just spooky, and there's a few reported cases here and there, but that's when they start calling it haunted.
Okay, I will share this information with the group once once time catches up. I assume it'll take me a while to go through all these papers and.
Anybody
collect
else? What you guys like to do?
I am poring over this Divernus Mysterious.
Roll me Latin.
Of course. I'm good at Latin. I study hard. Or I try to.
Just for the heck of it, I'm gonna see if I know anything about this. I have to roll a 1.
Yes, that is a hard success. 22.
Nope.
Okay. Roll me a sanity check.
Yeah. You'd think that succeeding in something would be good.
Not in Call of Cthulhu.
Not in this game.
That is a 46 and a success.
So I love that there's a montage of all of you guys sort of doing stuff, and in the background's just the freaking mobs just going. So with a hard success, this book comes to you quite naturally. Like the Latin is in a dialect that you can sort of understand easier. This book talks about a lot of weird.
Average. Pardon. I said something out loud. I was reading Roll20 chat at the same time.
I'm picking up this stuff. It's amazing.
Streamer struggles to reply to things out loud.
I just loved how that was. Casually reading this old Latin book, hard success. You're like, average.
Evelyn's sort of talking to herself in the background.
Evelyn's like, I've seen better rolls.
She is talking to herself though. She disguises it talking to Ramses, but really she's just mumbling to herself at this point, thinking out loud.
Oh my god. So, this book talks a lot about the mythos. A lot of weird goings on. You sort of flick through very casually, very quickly. And it just sort of talks about the mysterious world of the mind, the mysterious things that we can't explain, the invisible world. You gain 4 points of Cthulhu mythos.
Oh, nice.
All of us, or just her?
Just
Just had to clarify.
And in particular, you find a section that mentions a ritual, which is talking about a seance with a homunculus to attach itself to the spirit.
Shift to what? Sorry?
Say that again.
Yeah. So it mentions how there's pretty much like the ritual that...
Is there more detail on that ritual?
Bits and pieces. You see that the ritual is constituted of 2 hours of chanting.
Yeah.
There's actually, now that you get here, there's a couple of scrawled notes from Rupert. It says that the ritual has to be performed over 2 hours, and someone has to keep repeating the phrase for 2 hours. Now, you're sort of a quick one to notice that you can't just keep saying words for 2 hours, you'll run out of breath. So
Yep.
you sort of figure in the back of your mind, it probably makes sense why there was so many of them in that circle that were performing the ritual. Like, you need to make sure that someone is performing the ritual kind of thing.
Yes.
Oh my
Okay.
God, you... I come back to the chat, my players are going crazy.
It's okay, at least I'm not replying out loud this time. It's progress.
But no, you pretty much, it just tells you the whole ritual. The 2 hours of chanting, the pentagram circle that looks like this.
Yep.
Okay.
Does
got a
it
question.
speak at all about how to send back what we're summoning?
It gives you a Latin phrase. As the sort of counter phrase.
Okay.
With a hard success, you pretty much figure that this is a banishing ritual. And it's
Cool.
the inverse meaning
Of the summoning.
the forwards
Yeah,
phrase.
yeah. That makes sense.
So with a hard success, you're figuring that you have to perform the ritual for 2 hours to summon the thing, and then reverse it in the final stages when it is present to send it back from where it came.
Yep. So is there any further information in here about what happens if this goes wrong? Or is
There
it just
are-
a textbook kind of, this is how you do it, this is how you undo it?
I think head popping off would be the words that come to mind.
There's a few mentions as to what the thing is.
Yes?
And how dangerous it can be. It doesn't really give any defined details. All it mentions is that to fail the ritual, there have been moments in history where that has occurred. None of them have been fun. None of them have been good. And to perform the ritual itself is to tether yourself to this creature.
So whoever performed the ritual and tethered themselves, does it imply what they're getting out of this deal? Because obviously I know what the homunculus is getting out of this deal. It's getting life, it's getting a body. But what's the other person thinking they're getting out of it? What would be the goal of doing this?
Because you're an occultist, you sort of think that either this thing might have been called upon for knowledge, it might have been called upon to reason with, because it's a hungry spirit.
Yep.
And what you could do with that is something powerful. You could say, we'll feed you if you do this for us. But sadly, the people that were performing this ritual didn't quite know what they were looking at. They didn't know what they were actually bringing into this world. And because
Except
of that,
for the Barry Allen guy. Who...
to some degree, now that you're reading this from the Divermus Mysterious, this is you making your own interpretations because you are an occultist, because you've seen so much of these other rituals. What's written in the book doesn't give you all of this conjecture. It just tells you, you could bring this thing, and to do it would be to do this, and you must do it by this equinox in this moment of the year with the phases of the moon. It doesn't tell you why you'd do it.
Okay.
Can I search the library to see if I can find any references to if a creature could exist? Like, I'm starting to come around the bend. My character's starting to come around the bend, but he's also like,
What kind of creature?
like the homunculus, yeah. Because biologically speaking, from his standpoint, it shouldn't be.
It's my library, so wouldn't I be able to point him to those books and just
Sure.
be like,
Roll me
"Yes."
an occult roll.
That is over here. There you go. These are the books that will answer your
Guys.
questions. 39. and
Thank you. Yes. I'll just look for you now.
So, as the occult section, you guys as a group, but obviously directed to the doctor, you get 3 questions to ask. Like 3 questions of an occult nature about everything that's going on.
Okay. So if this was, assuming this creature is a thing that exists, my first question is,
Now, just to clarify, there are 2 creatures involved with this. There is the creature in the amber, and there is the creature that was brought about. They're not the same. The creature in the amber, the insectoid, the homunculus, that was the guardian. That was the guard. So the guide. What came out of the ritual was not that.
One more question. Was the painting a third creature?
The painting seems to have been something slightly different. It might have had something to deal with this in the sense of that's where you might lend yourself down, corruptive power sort of situation. Now that you think about it, given what's been said out loud, you think that that creature might have been some kind of hybrid. Like, what can happen if this entity actually, possesses someone and turns into this slavering, hungry beast?
I
So,
would like to know what this entity is. That's what I would be looking at, like classification, some general information about that.
But yeah, that would be my question.
Okay. The occult tells you that this creature is. The word that pops up is slightly mistranslated,
Yep.
but the word that comes up is Shoggoth.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know what that means.
I
But it
don't want
also
to know what
mentions
that
that it is Shoggoth-like. It is not that. It is the soul of a Shoggoth made form, which is confusing the hell out of you. You're like that. Like this doesn't make sense. What is this meaning?
Yeah. So then, I guess my question is: there's no physical way to harm it. Then, I guess, if push comes to shove.
Yeah.
In the
that would-
occult books, there is never a mention in any of these rituals about someone attempting to physically harm this. They always mention how they perform the ritual. They never speak about harming it any other way.
I would assume that is
Hmm.
because any way that they have tried, they've failed. And no
Yeah,
one's
more the case of like if they didn't write it down, then they failed.
So there's no weaknesses for it then. Okay. So this
Delphine,
creature doesn't exist, but it does exist at the same time, biologically
Um,
speaking.
Delphine, darling, out of all the books you've apparently obtained from my uncle's
Yes.
library, do you have any? I'm trying to think of instances in history where this might have happened, particularly in relation to Egyptian mythology. Do you remember if he's given you anything along these lines?
would
Because
that
it
be
was a
another occult check?
sarcophagus. I might have some books, but I'm terrified that they might have been left in at the estate. And
Yeah. So she
Both
would
of-
begin
both of
writing
you roll
through her
me-
books.
Yeah, both of you roll me archaeology to sort of look through
One. Sorry.
the book.
Archaeology is this one.
I failed.
I also failed. Out of
I would
16
like to-
and I failed? Man.
Can I use my last question to
Mhm.
be how it moves, like how it behaves?
Okay.
Because my thought is, if this is a creature that doesn't abide by normal rules and laws, how are we supposed to capture something? Does it fly? Is it a walking thing? We just close the door and it sits in there. Like that's my thought pattern.
Do you have physics?
Oh, let me look. I've got pharmacy, biology,
Roll me a hard education roll.
education.
Mhm.
Success.
Would you like to spend 1 luck point to make that hard?
Sure. So does it drop
your
down
luck
to 29?
Yep.
Yes.
But you sort of upgrade. You're thinking hard, and then it sort of clicks to you at that moment.
Mhm.
The way that it's described in the ritual proceedings, in all the stories, is that this thing tends to be tethered to a location, strangely. Whether that means it can't move beyond there or not, who knows? There's a few scrawlings in the book, De Vermis Mysteris, that mentions that Marion Allen actually built up wards, like drawn on the walls to ensure that it couldn't leave a position.
Okay.
You get the feeling.
Part of that was rubbed out, right? With the pentagram.
No, that was the ground. That was the ground to hold it in the circle.
So the ground was for the ritual, but there was like to protect the room around it. There were these wards.
Yeah.
But you get the feeling that, given that there were missing person cases after
There
the
must have
fact,
been.
it must be able to somehow like escape slightly.
Okay.
But going over with the evidence that that Harry found is that the cases got worse and then they got lessened. Like the missing persons were picking up, and around the time that they started saying that there was a haunted house, that's when the missing persons dropped again, because you're figuring. If anyone's got psychology or anthropology, you can actually roll for that.
Yeah, I'll
I
roll
have
psychology.
psychology.
I got extreme.
Yeah, I got fail.
Yeah, Harry, you figured this one out, that like you can sort of do that kind of. This is like the forefront of detective work now. You're sort of getting into the mind of this, like the people as well. If there were cases where people were going missing and it kept getting worse and worse and worse, the people would have a response to that. And if their response is, that place is haunted, don't go up there, that's when the numbers drop.
That's when people stop going there. Yeah.
Exactly. But that also tells you that this thing can't, like, that with an extreme success, you're thinking,
Limited.
why didn't it just keep getting bigger and bigger and like take over the whole village? Like,
It can't leave their areas confined. So okay, so I figured it out. It's got tethered. My thought was it's based on the because you mentioned earlier that it can't be summoned unless it's a specific time. So my thought was perhaps it's wane and waxes during the time in strength. That's my thought. But if you bring that to light, then it makes sense to me that. If Harry brings that to light, that makes sense that it's just them being cautious. So we've defined it's got a perimeter. It's got a territory.
One of the extra.
Hang on. Something my uncle said stands out to me. As the others have passed away over the years, it appears they're part of this binding based on what he said, and my uncle's chances are not great at the moment.
Yes.
He is deteriorating.
There's a direct correlation between people dying and the number of cases picking up. And obviously it dropped again when they told the people not to go near the house. But when the third person of the 6 passed away, that's when the numbers started spiking the most.
Okay.
And how many were...
So there's 6 of them, the 6th one being Rupert.
Yeah.
The last part of this binding.
Well, we need to rebind it.
Medically speaking, when I was looking at his medical records, I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry, Ellen, but looking at his records, a lot of his symptoms didn't make sense. There was contradictory in medical profession, medical field. Certain aspects can't be present if the other one is. It cancels them out. You can't have one
sanity
together.
check, doctor.
Oh no!
Failed. Oof. Yeah. Okay. So I'll just start basically instead of talking normally. It's just like it doesn't make sense because they can't contradict, but they are contradicting, and that must mean maybe it's tied. It's somehow influencing and I guess consuming because the barrier gets bigger each time. So
Daphne walks over and she just puts a hand on your face and she says, "This is not the world of medicine and logic."
He goes, "Oh yes, but the symptoms they don't add up. They can't both be there at the same time. It's physiologically impossible."
You take 1 point of sanity.
Yeah.
It was physiologically impossible for a homunculus to exist 5 minutes ago too, Doctor.
Your world is being expanded.
Yeah, right. It's like yes. Just give. Where is that string?
And she hands you a rather large glass.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take a swig, and I'm like, yes. So, okay. So what I think is what we're trying to get at is he is, I guess, a battery, and if we don't, and he's slipped into a coma, and he hasn't got much left in him. We're on, I guess, on dying times.
I may not be a medical doctor, but I have seen too many people close to death's door to not realize that we are running out of time very, very quickly. I think that although I may be a tad distracted by the more practical matters of a financial nature, I do think this takes priority. And
absolutely, we need to rebind it so that it cannot.
We need to dismiss it.
However, it's hard for us to determine whether rebinding or just banishing this creature is the best course of action.
If we rebind it, then we're better able to banish it.
But
Should
as
we
we can
not
see,
attempt to rebind it
If
first and
we-
then banish it?
it
If we
consumes us.
rebind it, we're just pushing the problem down the road.
But
It's just going to eat
if
us.
Yes,
it-
but we
it
may
will
have
consume us, but
hours
if
until the
we
bond
banish-
breaks.
Yeah,
It's true.
Mhm.
but if we rebind it so that it has less ability and it's consuming us, then we kill it or banish it straight after. That
Actually,
binding.
Yeah, roll me an idea check for everyone, and for
Is that
Yep, so
education? is it?
that's intelligence, and for Daphne, roll it with a bonus dice. So roll the
A
purple.
hard success.
Yeah.
Boy.
An extreme.
That's a fail.
Yeah. Dorado's really getting into that one.
Harry,
This
you're
is
starting to get the mentality of this thing. Like 2 extreme successes. I need you to roll me a
Mhm.
power check right now, with a bonus dice. So
Power.
roll with the purple.
Power check.
I also got an extreme.
Extreme.
Extreme power!
Oh yeah.
So
Roll me a
extreme.
sanity check.
Oh no, brother.
Is that all of us? Or
Green
just
green
Harry.
sanity. Green
Yes.
sanity. Oh no. Oh fuck.
Ouch.
98.
Oh, at least it wasn't a critical fail.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't think Harry's particularly.
Oh no.
Oh.
D4 plus 1. That's 5 points of sanity damage.
Oh.
Oh,
Yay.
isn't that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is. So, I need you to make me an idea check, as you're currently about to have a bit of an episode if you don't fail.
If you don't fail it,
So you're looking to fail this check. It's
dear.
intelligence.
Okay. Intelligence. Okay. I'm at
Hold on to it.
63 out of 56 is my lower bound. So
That's a success. So,
yeah, that's a success.
Just reading about this thing is messing us up, let alone getting to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
no, here's the thing. Something else has occurred here. Jared likes to mess around with the world of the psychic when you get 2 extreme successes about thinking about this creature. When you're in this room, given all these weird oddities and fetishes and strange occult musings and like the smell of incense and being near the books and just musing about this creature and trying to get it inside of its head, the whole room goes black. Have you
Oh,
seen
gosh.
Have you seen Stranger Things?
Yes.
Yeah.
A little bit of it, yeah.
That
Oh,
the deprivation chamber, like that sort of like you're standing there, it's a dark room,
Yeah.
there's nothing around you, and you just hear "Twop, twop, twop," and like slight dripping from the distance, and you look around and you don't see anything. There you go. What would you like to do?
That's just me. What's
Mhm,
happening to you?
mhm.
I will like look through my things. I assume I can see myself, just nothing else. Or
Yeah,
is-
yeah. It's just a void of black
Uh,
and dark, but like you can see yourself clear as day.
look through my things, try and find a match,
Mhm.
light it up.
Yep, it presents light to you. You recognize that you're sitting on a field of water, dark obsidian colored, and you're not sinking into it, you're just walking on top of it.
are we
Weird.
seeing him light a mat?
Nope.
Okay.
So roll me a listen check.
Listen.
Oh
Okay.
man.
You start continuing
Yeah,
on
it's
to
a nice
walk
one.
around for a while. You're starting to look
Mhm.
around for a while. Roll me a spot hidden check.
Spot hidden. Okay, I am fairly good at that.
That is an
No, I'm not.
85
That's an
fail.
89.
Ouchies. Okay, this explains why you lost 5 sanity, because you accidentally stumble way too quickly on this.
Okay.
You continue to walk around trying to find your bearings in this place. And as you're walking around, ideas are popping into your head, visions, and eventually you stumble into a doctor's room. And you're sort of
Okay.
like facing the door, like you can hear something behind you. With the fail listen check and the fail spot hidden, it's right in front of you. Like it's too late to not sort of avert your gaze or look away from it. But you
Okay.
turn around slowly and you see Rupert Merriweather on the bed,
Okay.
and there is this entity above him, and the noise is something akin to this.
Oh,
Okay.
horrifying.
You look upon this creature, it's terrifying. It is a
Oh.
No
mass
shit.
of black liquid, and every draining sound you see it pulsating. And Rupert looks to be waning with every single breath this thing has over him.
Sure.
So what you've established with this is that you know that if you were to bind this thing, like if summoning is an option, but if you were to then bind it to yourselves, it's been eating for the better part of 50 years now off of these 6.
Yeah.
If you gave it 5 more to eat off of, it'd be even stronger.
Yeah.
Sure.
You sort of snap back to the room. I need you to roll me a d10 to see how you manifest this break in your sanity.
6.
Okay. Fun. Do we want to have a quick break for me to go to the bathroom and grab my notes for that? Because it's going to be fun when we find out what happens to your character when you come.
I think a
Absolutely.
quick
Yay.
5-minute break would be awesome.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, sounds good.
I will also use the
Leave on a cliffhanger.
lavatory.
And the last few
Right.
minutes with this character.
Muting you guys for a little while. There you go. Now I'm muting myself. Oh, my sound is back as well. Crap. Main. There we go. I was like, which overlay was I using? But no, we're back.
Okay, so we have some fun happening now. So, for everybody that is not Harry, can you roll me a listen check?
Oh gosh. I am
Listen
terrible
check.
at hearing things.
I fail.
Oof.
No, I hear nothing.
Fumble.
You're deaf forever.
Good start, guys. Good start.
It is. Starts me to go on.
This is great.
Looks
With a
terrible.
Oh, this is perfect. This is the second time this has happened in one of my games recently. I'm really happy.
I don't feel very happy about that.
It's
No,
too
I
late
don't
when the
feel
DM's
happy.
Chuckling.
So for,
Actively
so
chuckling.
for Harry, can you roll me a D4 just quickly?
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
You gain that much insanity. What? Oh.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay, so all of you look and turn around to see Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever he was doing before, he is now standing there. He's gone slack-jawed. He's like... And he looks like he's sort of zoned out completely. And you look closely, he is mumbling something.
Oh no.
None of you can hear it, but he's mumbling under his breath quite strangely. And as you get a bit closer, you hear that that's not his voice talking. It's like...
Slap him. Whoever's
you
closest to him,
fucking
just
now
slap him.
So,
Fumble check from the curious
Gerardo.
Mr. Gerardo is that you're like, wait, no, I can make that out because you hear bits of Italian in there. And you get close
Oh.
and you listen carefully, and then he crunches down on your ear and you take 4 points of damage.
Oh.
Doctor, I believe this might be your time to step in.
And at this
Yes,
point,
yes,
Harry
yes.
sort
Gerardo
of,
pulls out his pistol and points it at the doctor, or at...
at
and
me.
he looks
Oh,
up and he
no.
looks terrified,
Robbers.
and then he just faints.
Uh-oh.
Can I use
What the
psychoanalysis
fuck
to
just
figure out what just happened?
Go for it.
My ear! My ear is bleeding! Look at this!
Can I attempt
Look
to
at
apply
Because
first
the
aid to
ear.
that bite?
First aid, yes.
I would also like to first aid for the fainted one on the...
I do that to the ear. I'm not convinced that I can handle the dude fainting. That seems more
I'll
psychological.
go with it. I'll go with the fainting
I didn't deal with the fainting at all.
hard
Don't worry
success is good.
fail.
Hard success,
Yeah,
you
screw
recover.
the fainted dude. My
One-
ear's more important.
No, but I'm just like, that
your
doesn't
ear is
that
far
doesn't seem
more
to be an
important than
injury. And if I'm happy to try with a fainted dude if they're not making progress, of course. But
So you recover 1 hit point.
I'll use medicine, I guess, to see if I can make a draft. I guess.
So medicine is a bit tricky in this one because medicine takes time.
Okay.
Given the injury on his ear, it might take anywhere between 10 minutes to an hour to really patch it up. First aid
can I
is just
use?
a quick cleaning of the injury, making sure it doesn't get infected. Medicine is fixing beyond there.
well, once I've tended to the ear and noticed that no one is doing anything about the fainted dude, despite me asking them to, I'm going to see if I can do anything to help him at all. Make sure he hasn't hurt his head, that kind of thing.
Oh my god! Don't worry about it. I found everything. Holy crap! I was gonna spot hidden to see how his injury was, but don't worry about it.
No,
can't see shit.
I can't help the fainted dude. Just like I thought, this may not be a matter for simple first aid.
Yeah, neither can I.
Is this a bit of a
Definitely.
theme for you, Doctor?
Excuse me? I've been more than able to help your uncle. You forgot that bit, actually. But as you can see, clearly,
It
this
took
is
me a
quite
while to realise which of the many doctors I've heard of you actually are.
Ooh. Is
Well-
that good or bad?
I'm sorry, I didn't realise that being posted on the Medicine Weekly was the way to get noticed by you.
Oh, I heard of you long before that.
At this point, coming back to is Harry. It takes him about a couple of minutes before he actually comes back to. But he looks visibly shaken, given the fact that he's got like a bit of blood in his mouth as well.
Yep.
Oh, does he bite?
Yeah.
I thought he grabbed it.
Like
I
he bit into
pull
it and
a fake bowl off the table and hand it to him, along with a nice dash of whiskey, and I say, "Rinse and spit, please."
I kind of literally take it, drink, spit.
Gerardo has his gun pointed at you.
Oh, Gerardo,
me.
put that thing away.
Can I psychoanalyze him to see if he's okay now?
Sure.
Yep, so I got a hard result. For
So as
18.
you're sort of walking over to him and asking him like the quick questions, what is your
Trying.
response to this, Harry?
Shining light into his eyes to see if his pupils react.
I'm still kind of trying to process what I just saw, so all of that together with this, I'm not super responsive. I'm still trying to do like two things at once.
Yeah. I'll be like, yes, to take your time. Looking at the dialects, my dialects seem to be moving normally. Standard response.
Give the man a minute.
You do sort of like with a success on that one, you do sort of like wake him out of the groggy state of it. You're still panicked, but you're not on the verge of fainting.
Okay. I think I would very quickly kind of relay to them, maybe in kind of a very mumbled and backtracky way, relay to them exactly what I saw and
Alrighty.
what I got from it.
Everybody roll me.
God damn it.
Sanity check.
Can we
Your
not?
turn!
Can we get an advantage
I
from just
didn't actually
hearing it
hear
as opposed to
that.
seeing it?
Hearing it means less damage.
I didn't pay attention, so I don't think you can make a check. Oh, I succeeded. Oh,
So rolling what? Sanity?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hard success with it.
Cool.
Right,
So
I
all of
see
you
that.
that succeed, you take no damage, but those that fail, you take 1.
Okay.
The scary part is at the very end, Harry just sort of keeps saying, breathing. The breathing. He just sort of gets into a bit of a loop.
I take him out of it. So I'll just like, gather your wits, boy. It's okay. It's all over now. You just had a stock standard
Psychotic break, perhaps.
Psychotic episode.
Episode. Well.
Mm.
Ooh.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to read that in a second. So yeah, and I was like, yes, it's just standard shock. It's okay. It's just I've seen it quite many times in the war. You'll be fine, lad. Just give yourself a little bit of space.
So, what do you guys want to do?
Well. So.
You
have
bit
we-
my fucking ear!
Did I? Sorry. I
Yeah,
like lift
poor
up the
old
bowl to him.
Gerardo.
I like lift up the bowl. I noticed for the first time the bit of ear in the bowl kind of go, oh,
Ooh.
and kind of lift it up. Towards
Actually, Gerardo, this explains why you lost the sanity. As the adrenaline fades, you actually remember what he was whispering in your ear. The words that came out in bits of Latin, bits of Italian, bits of English, and probably, bajillion other languages you couldn't really recognize. You heard him saying, I'm hungry. Tasty.
You fucking psycho! You were whispering about being hungry and me being tasty right before you bit me.
I mean,
What?
maybe you shouldn't put your ear next to someone having a psychotic episode. Kind of swings and roundabouts.
Because yes, people that have episodes can lash out at people nearby. It's best to address them from a distance, or at least be
Look,
adequately prepared for.
I am hardly the queen of letting go, but perhaps this is something that should tell us more about what we might face, as opposed to.
I concur.
The
this-
main
this can't be
theme
a warning.
I get. Yeah, the main theme I get from what I saw is that if we bind it to us, it's only going to get stronger. We
So a
can't
desummoning it is.
bind it to us.
Desummon.
Yeah,
We
sure.
have to get
So-
rid of this thing.
Very
Instead
well,
of doing the binding circle, what you're going to want to do is summon it and then banish it. Because you can't banish
Summon
it if it's
and
not in a spot where you can get rid of it. Like
Right.
you can perform a banishing ritual, but if it's not there, it's not there.
And
we
we don't
call
want
it
to
and tell
go
it
to
to sod
Eve.
off.
We should probably find out what those symbols on the walls meant. If we can use those as a cage, this creature, I guess, call it a thing,
So,
that might help us.
Delphine, you were the one reading about this. What did it
Yes.
say in terms of things that are needed for this type of ritual?
I start rattling off a list of things that are required and the time frame that is required.
Given the story that you guys heard and what Rupert wrote in his journal, you get the feeling that that stuff's probably still at the house. Like, it sounded like he went back there and hasn't touched it since, so that it's probably still in the house.
Is it possible?
Blunderdash.
You would know, Evelyn. Is it possible for me to work my wiles into this house, get what we need, and get out?
Well, we have the key, I believe. We have
Yes,
the
but
address.
Your blundering cousin is problematic.
Oh,
no,
you meant-
the house. No, the house at Ross's Corners.
Oh, that house.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay,
it makes
sorry.
things a little bit less complicated.
I
so
mean,
Yes.
you
by
can try
jumping
anything
like-
with Bertrand. I can't understand how you would
No,
risk that to yourself.
I was
However,
thinking maybe a bodyguard or something that could link with
Right.
that. But if it's all at Roth's, then it's fine.
If this were a longer campaign, I'd highly recommend that because, oh boy, that leads to a lot grislier murder. But I didn't say that. That's fine. That's fine.
look, I do believe that Bertrand is up. He's going to be preoccupied, most likely with forging papers.
Last time I ran this adventure, the players, and yet again, I love my players for this. Those players as well chose to not like Bertram for all their own reasons in their backstory.
Oh, I hated him before I'd ever
And-
met him.
Oh no, but the best part was they decided when they got to this part of the investigation, they just said, "So we're going to send him to the house and say that his dad kept a lot of the
was
keys and
thinking
they left it there,
I was thinking that.
and that like there's a secret will there that he needs to go find." So like, I looked at them going, "That's brilliant. It probably won't help, but if you want to get rid of him, no questions asked, that'd be a way to do it."
I mean, and if you
See,
just-
I am not.
But that would be rolling sanity like crazy because that's
Yes.
very monstrous
I,
to think that.
I would not particularly. I'm not fond of the idiot, but
You don't want to kill him.
I mean, if I did, it's not a matter of priority. I think that would depend on what happens next. You see, he has a chance to. Oh, he won't, but he could redeem himself. However, I'll entertain the thought for the future.
Should we tell Bertram about this?
bear in
Help
mind
him
that
with what?
No, should we tell him about all of this
Darling,
monster?
I think you've underestimated exactly how dumb my cousin is.
he probably would use it against us as well. To be honest, he would just use it.
He would
use-
most
That's
likely believe that he could tame
assuming-
this creature
Oh,
as a personal
yes.
thrall and show
And if
it
it's-
for money.
And if it's anything to go off of, with the uncle having less mass than, well, sorry to say, but your cousin having quite a lot more mass, I believe he would be
But that's
Like,
okay, he's outright
better.
fat.
better snack for this thing.
It's don't put
That
any
is assuming
faith
he
in
even
Bertrand.
remotely believed you about the thing and didn't just get you locked.
Yes,
Mm. It'd be a good
I suppose.
excuse to rest.
it would
these
be
things up.
inconvenient to trip downtown.
It's okay. If you want to hide anything from my cousin ever, just put it in a wooden box. He believes that important things are hidden where the shinies are.
Oh.
Just an observation from the past, but I do believe, as much as I would love to plot revenge,
No, it's not
I'd
the time.
rather not let my uncle down at this
Mm.
present time.
Time seems to be of us.
Yes.
Sort of-
One thing, as this pains me to say, but given what we've just observed, and forgive me, Harry, but if we're not even there, and we have already acted irrationally, perhaps it's a good idea to ensure that we don't bring any firearms into that house.
That's very
I
fair.
see your coin, but I would feel a lot more confident with.
You've
said
already
firearm.
bitten someone, darling.
I didn't shoot him.
Yet.
I'm
But
not
Oh,
you
you
have-
better not try.
I
I'll
think
shoot you first, you little piece of shit. You bit my ear.
I think we should
Perhaps
maybe
leave
if
them
you-
in the
if you-
car.
or perhaps someone else of more stable mindset should be carrying the weapons of protection.
Darling, is anyone in here stable anymore? I think we've all been rattled by today.
I'm stable, but I am staunchly against automatic weapons.
Well, I suggest that firearms are left in the vehicles. Nearby, if need be, but not close enough where someone would say fire a shotgun
I like that.
inside a house. Because
Just for me, quickly, Polished, can you
Yeah.
have Evelyn roll me either a persuade or a charm or an appearance check?
can't you get away with fast talk?
Yeah. I'd allow that.
Hard success.
Now, this doesn't, like, your character is your character, but this is just, she's put down, whenever I do intercharacter, interpersonal skills, it's always
Yep.
the case of, she's making a very, very good point. Like, you can still decide, nah, screw that, I'm not going to do that, but she's making a lot of sense, and listening to her, you're like, no, that's very fair, kind of thing. You can still decide, nah, don't trust it without it, but that's the point that she's putting down.
Like, I am as attached to my Leanne field as anyone, but I'd rather not see unnecessary bloodshed. I'd save that for Bertrand if we survive.
Do we, if we are to protect ourselves from the thing, how do you propose we do so?
Well, it appears...
What about the homunculus?
We don't have a homunculus.
I
But it
mean,
would be in the house, would it not?
Yes, and
Maybe it
supposedly that
melts.
was a creature, wasn't it? That was a physical creature of sorts, so perhaps
Yes.
bullets would apply to it, more so than the other type of creature.
It was rather small. Remember the size of the sarcophagus. It would not be an easy target. Particularly not if there's an abomination or whatever peculiar creature. I mean, that painting was... If something like that stood between me and a homunculus, I'm a decent shot, but I would be a tad rattled. That's my
Just-
main objection, is that aim is going
We
to be
could
the
maybe
problem.
get it on our side, but yes.
This is the kind of stuff that you guys could be discussing in the vehicle.
On the
Yes,
way?
On the drive
obviously.
over.
Sure. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
You could also
Actually,
discuss
hang
this
on,
as you get there as
before
well.
we do leave,
Mhm.
can we see if there's... I'm going to suggest we all dive in on this. Any type of protection ritual or to safeguard one's
Yes.
mind.
Well, those symbols on the wall should help, surely.
But symbols that we could draw on ourselves, possibly?
Yes, like a
is there
talisman,
any sort of
A
precaution we
self-protection.
could take?
like a necklace of some sort, like the cross.
Yes.
Yeah, roll me an idea check. You're looking for a hard intelligence check. This is for Delphine.
Oh, sorry. I rolled int.
Oh, damn.
Sorry.
This is not
So
something
just
I
for
could spend some luck points on to fix, is there?
You'd have to spend like 62, and I don't think you have that
Damn.
many.
No.
Could I-
Perhaps I could guide you in the right direction.
Could I use an educated guess for that idea?
Sure. What do you think?
So I'm thinking like, okay, so my character's a Christian man, and he's like, well, the cross, is protected from, deliver you from Satan and whatnot.
Forgive me for
So,
saying so,
maybe-
Doctor. But if this is Egyptian, it predates Christianity.
No, but the concept, it's religious. It's religious power. So perhaps it has the same kind of idea. Like maybe if we have a fashion kind of a cross or even just a symbol of whatever was on the walls, perhaps that could be the way to ward ourselves from the creature.
Have we found out what the writings on the wall were?
That's what we need to find out. What symbols are. Also, I rolled success for education roll.
With a success, you feel you're on the right track for something there.
Yes.
It falls under your worldview, that's for sure.
Which
So I guess somewhere in this library, maybe we'll find a symbol or something, or even the journal perhaps.
I can tell you this now, given what you've found so far. You could look, but that one's a lot more obscure in the sense of you guys were lucky that you found what you were looking for because you knew exactly where you were looking.
Yeah.
That kind of information would take a couple of hours to find.
Oh. I
Like
don't
just
So-
flat out, you know that would take a while.
Perhaps,
To find.
perhaps the boys used when they were going into the house, and that perhaps they had their own means for protection that they had
Well-
with them at the house.
We don't know if they worked.
Because one of them got their head literally
Yes,
taken off.
but the rest of them didn't. Which
Someone
means
broke the pentagram, though. Apparently,
Yeah,
that's
there you
something
go.
we
I
know
was
we
gonna say.
should not do. Make
Yeah,
sure
don't
that
break the pentagram. That's what you took from that.
okay, don't. Once symbols are there, don't break them.
Yeah.
What was said in the story as well, the events that tallied were one person walked inside the circle, and then the creature ripped his head off. The next person, in a frightful state, ran over and destroyed the line, to which he thought would stop the ritual, but the thing then started laughing as it disappeared.
So it seems to be a
Don't
lot
walk
of
into its space.
don't cross lines, don't break lines, but also it seems to have put him under some sort of thrall. Perhaps, and this is just me thinking, would there be a way to restrain ourselves from moving too quickly during the ritual? For example, binding one's legs together, not so that you can't walk, but so that you can't rush.
Or even having a tether of sorts before we, perhaps we draw this in.
On the
And then
downside, though, if this creature
I'm-
is already free,
I'm loving this creativity. I love this so much. Like,
Yeah.
we'll see what happens, but I'm just really loving all of this because, oh boy, this is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
What was
If it
the
breaks-
words needed to banish?
I would point to it and say I'm not going to risk it by reading anything aloud at this point.
can we all
But I have them here.
memorize it?
I start copying it down on different
Yeah.
notes for
Yeah.
each person. I hand one to each, and then I copy down the pentagram on the other side.
I think we
Yep.
want to make
Extensive
sure we bring
notes
things.
as we're searching.
Okay. All of you guys sort of take all this information, take what items you feel you'd have with you.
Mm.
You make your way to the car and the long drive, not too long given that you have vehicles, about a half-hour drive towards Ross's Corners. At this point of the day, it's getting close to like sundown. Not
Oh,
it's hitting twilight soon, not straight away, because you've spent, you know, a good chunk of the day, you know, going to the hospital, going to the house, going back to Daphne's, research all the way in between.
We
And now
really
the day
shouldn't
sort
go
of-
in at night.
But
Yeah.
don't have many options, to be honest.
I don't think I'm not too fond of encountering things that go bump in the night, but I don't think we have the hours to spare, unfortunately.
If
So, Evelyn, would you like to roll me a drive auto check to see if you can speed up the way?
Oh gosh, very well. Regular or advantage?
Just regular.
Yes.
we're going in the same car,
Nice.
Nice. We would be, yeah.
I'd be driving mine.
I'm excellent.
You're just like separate from yours.
at
Can you roll me a driving order then?
speeding.
oh,
Uh,
perfect.
I've driven
Fumbles,
in worse
dies before he gets
conditions.
there.
Nice.
Mhm. So you'll arrive a bit later, but like only like 5 or 10 minutes later. The two of you sort of, as you guys are sort of driving along, you're getting to countryside now. Instead of 30 minutes, it takes maybe 20, 25.
Yeah.
You find all the right roads to take, and you're able to navigate it with your car to actually get past some of these hilltops. When you're getting close to the house, someone actually like waves you down, and this is when, like, down the road, this is when Gerardo would actually catch up with you guys as well. But you see a man sort of walking out, waving his hand, being like, "Hello there." He sort of walks right up to you guys. He looks like a farmer. He's got overalls on.
Daphne would say, "Why, hello there. How can I help you?"
Pleasure to be meeting you. What are y'all doing out here?
We've come to check out a haunted house.
When you say that, his face kind of
Oh gosh.
drops and sinks and says, "Now, why would outsiders be wanting to look at a haunted house, huh?"
To make it unhaunted, of course, dear.
Outsiders, darling, you're the one with the Texan accent.
My family's been here a long time. A long time. You fancy city slickers here. This ain't your countryside.
Daphne would like to charm him into mission here.
Alright, roll me a check and it's gonna be a hard check.
Forgive me for saying so, but what ownership do you have of the house we're
Nope.
examining? Because we have the
That is a
deed for
97.
it. This property does not belong
I
to
ain't
you.
saying I own this place. I'm just telling you that ain't a good place to be going, miss.
Well, Savannah, we're
know.
quite
But-
familiar with this.
Meddling with these kind of affairs, it's not good. It's just not good.
We're aware.
We only meddle when necessary.
Well, place is spooky as hell. We tell our kids not to be going up that way, but recently...
Have you been up that way, sir?
Oh, I best not, my dear. I do not make my way up there. No siree. My second cousin's daughter, she went missing about 2 weeks ago. Up in that place, obviously, with her boyfriend. And
She
I ain't
went
seen
with
the
her
two of them a
boyfriend?
long time ago. Just like
And the
you. And
boyfriend
she
didn't
points to
know?
you guys. She says, just like a city slicker he was. Gave her whisperings and ideas, and she's been missing 2 weeks. And I know it's that house. So I
Yes,
tell
never
you now,
listen to whispers.
be careful. If you're going to be going up there, you best be looking after yourself. Now go and get.
Consider us git.
Next car comes up, he says, well, howdy. Never mind. Keep moving, sir. So slaps the back of your car.
Well, that's quite a different reaction.
So, up on the hill, desolate from the rest of the village side, easily 5 minutes out of town, as you guys pass by town to get to this place. Backlined by a decent forest, not like evergreen, but just smattering of trees that breaks your line of vision after a couple 100 feet. You see the house on the Hill of Ross's Corners.
Ooh.
It looks pretty dilapidated. The front door is closed, but barely. The paint job is waning. The roof is sagging slightly, given the water damage of what must be 50 years of non-use. Everybody roll me a spot hidden check as you all come to the house at the same time at this point.
Oh gosh.
Yo, see lots of stuff.
No, this is not my forte.
Got 50. I
That is a
succeeded.
success.
I don't pass
Yes.
anything.
I succeeded.
Whoa.
As
That's
you
a
were clear.
35 success.
So Harry,
70 success.
the Doctor, and Daphne, you three sort of see on the outside of this house as you're getting closer to it. It's slightly faded, but it is still in the walls. There are these weird symbols and shapes. They look like they were almost painted on, but you go to rub it and it's not paint, but it's sticking to the walls. And you'd surmise that this must be Marion Allen's handiwork.
Yeah, so can we recreate that with the tools that we got for the list of ingredients to do this?
You could attempt, but you don't think that because this looks very old. Like, it looks like it's here for a long while.
Yeah.
And the fact that it wasn't mentioned in the ritual when Rupert was talking about the night that they performed the ritual, you feel like this might have been actually placed before they attempted any of the seances.
So
and
there's
you don't
no...
know what material this stuff is made of. Like, it's not paint. Something about it is different. It's got a weird greenish purple hue to it.
Yeah, and there's no way to kind of trace over it or activate it, no way to see if it's broken.
Or to
You
see
could
what it
try,
is.
but you would know this. You run the risk of accidentally damaging it.
Yeah, okay. Then I wouldn't try to damage it.
Would
We
Like,
tried
given
to-
what you've heard so far of the ritual, like, if something's there, you're better off leaving it there because you know that breaking stuff is dangerous in this
Can I
world that you're
copy
coming
it?
upon.
Yeah.
Because being a medical person, I'd have to draw lots of pictures in my books. Can I draw a sketch of the actual thing?
Sure.
Yep. So I'll draw that down. Then I'll see if there's different versions of it and draw it down. Thinking the idea if we can get this into a smaller amulet-sized thing, that'd be good for us. That's my thought.
Potentially. You'd need to do a little bit more research into it. Like, you sort of feel that you've got a missing piece here. You're doing a drawing of, like, the best way I can describe it is Someone, what is up on these walls is the blueprints on how to draw a Renaissance art piece. You can copy those blueprints and it will give you the idea of how to make that art piece. You still have to commit to making the art piece.
Yeah.
So you've got the blueprints to it. You just need the next stage, which you don't have access to.
So, can we tell what origin these symbols are?
Ooh, archaeology would be a roll for that one.
Extreme success.
Jesus.
What are they, darling?
How do you keep doing this?
It's because we were all designed to give you problems in the areas you didn't see any.
Oh no, I have answers. That's the best part.
I like when the GM was like, you won't be able to get this. I'm like, oh, watch me. This is the one thing I'm going to succeed at.
I always postulate you'll never get this, but then when you do, I have answers. So this is Greek mathematics. Like this is
Greek.
Archimedes style. Like Greek and Egyptian were very, interchangeable for a good chunk of their history. But it's got a lot of that stylings to it. Like you see a few Greek letters in there as well. And a lot of it is strange. Like you're not a mathematician yourself, but it just looks like a bit like gibberish. But it's really old stuff.
So, this appears to be a combination of Greek and potentially Coptic. Any of you, a person of science, perhaps, familiar with complex mathematics?
Math wasn't exactly my strong suit, but...
Is that education?
I'm
What
an
do I need to roll for
astronomist.
You had a professor, like there's two roles you can make, accounting or mathematics.
Education.
Oh.
Education?
I have education. That's all I have.
Can I use
I have an
education?
accounting.
If you're not specifically a mathematician, then it would be an extreme success for education, because it's effectively trying to remember like college grade mathematics. If you never,
Sure.
I'll try account.
Okay.
I'll try.
And then I'll try the education.
Ah, don't worry
As a
about it.
fail.
I'll try
I'll
with
go
education.
I guess.
It's a success, but not an
No,
extreme.
only a hard success. It's vaguely familiar, but I don't understand the meaning.
Yeah, like I said before, like you're starting to piece together bits and pieces of it, but the missing spaces are what's concerning you more than anything else.
Okay, so this is quite... It's not my area of expertise, but it appears to be a mathematical formula or equation with part of the solution missing.
Oh,
The
sign.
door,
hated
given the
maths.
breeze in this area, the door creaks open with an unnatural.
Draw a fire pistol at the door.
Kindly
And,
leave firearms in the car.
You hear a noise from upstairs. It sounds like.
That's
That doesn't sound like a normal creature. I'm going to give you my expert opinion on that one.
And at this point, now that you guys are sort of stepping in the precipice of this room, you're looking at the symbols, you're outside the house, you can hear thun, thun, thun coming from upstairs.
Oh.
As much as I hate to say it, I believe we have to press on, because it's going to find us unless we control it first.
Yes.
Everybody roll me a listen check as you walk inside the
gosh.
house.
Oh,
Okay,
The creature's supposed to be
Hey,
light.
a success.
Oh no.
Oh, fumble.
Oh,
hard success.
it's a bad thing.
Oh, mine's an extreme success.
Uh-oh.
That's terrible.
Nice knowing you guys.
Is it bad because I fumbled or bad because they extremed?
Both.
I had a plain
So, yeah.
success. Is that all right?
At that point, to those that get a regular or a hard success, you basically just hear more of these noises from upstairs. And they just sound off. With a fumble, you're sort of distracted because you feel like you can hear the noise from this sound coming outside of the house, from the forest behind this house.
Oh no.
You sort of try not to think about it and you shake your head and don't really take too much attention to it, but it distracts you enough where you're sort of like, what's going on?
I'm like,
And as you sort of return back into the house, you accidentally, like, your footing goes through one of the floorboards and it sort of rips up your leg a little bit. You take 1 point of damage. With an extreme success, Daphne, you hear the
Oh.
voice, because this thing has a voice, and it says, "Come to me. Come closer. Come to me."
Do I know where that's coming
Sounds
from?
so inviting.
That's coming from the roof.
Oh man. I look directly up, really.
There is a trap door leading to the attic.
And I kind of look at Evelyn and look at that, and I say, "It's right there."
And
I
all
will
of you
say,
make the regular success now that you sort of see this. There is a sagging sort of shape on that trapdoor, and there's like a noise of creaking timbers right above.
Okay, we
Gerardo points his gun at it.
don't.
Daphne,
Whatever
roll me
you
a
do.
sanity check.
Yeah.
I will say. I'll also
Guns
whisper.
cannot harm it based
I-
on everything we've had.
I heard something outside. Also,
Mine was a success, but just.
perhaps we should just close this door quietly, and I'll just quietly close the front door.
Alrighty.
Oh, by the way, I've left my rifle in the automobile.
I carried my pistol with me.
I have no weapons.
How about Harry? What's he doing?
1 moment. Oh,
I haven't pulled it out, but I still got it.
I left it in the car.
Excellent. So, as you guys walk into this room, there's
I am
basically
terrified
three
for the
rooms
simple
to this
reason
place.
that Ed is starting to get that murder hobo look in his eyes.
Hmm.
Yeah. This is not great.
Jared's excited because, oh boy, I want to see Ed start shooting stuff.
Gerardo, I beg you to reconsider.
Yeah,
You're muted.
It's either this or the gas can.
Oh dear heaven.
Fair enough.
This was a really bad idea.
Perhaps
You come into a second room.
we
in
should
the
wait
house.
outside.
All of you can sort of like look around and see this room. At quick glance, just before you sort of discuss to each other, you see the room that was clearly where this ritual occurred. There is a faded pentagram on the floor, a large fireplace, random scribblings of papers all over the room.
Yep.
The papers seem to have transcripts of the Latin phrase that you guys wrote down, but weather damage has destroyed them. So luckily enough, you guys made copies.
Hmm.
I go over to the pentagram. Is there like chalk or something on the ground?
Mm-hmm.
I try and finish it.
Roll me just a dexterity check.
Ooh,
It
that's a
basically,
fail.
it just takes you a while. Like you're very careful about it, but it takes you about like you're not wanting to mess up here, so you're being very careful. So what would have been with a careful hand a couple of minutes takes you about 15-20 minutes as you're very carefully redrawing this in, erasing it, redrawing it in, and to everyone's sight here, it looks pretty intact.
So, once I
But
realized,
by this point now, the sun is really starting to set.
as soon as I realized that neither of those two are leaving their firearms,
Oh, you know, I haven't brought it out or anything. I've got it on my person.
Yes, that is what I mean. You're bringing firearms into this situation.
Mm-mm.
Perhaps it would be worth if one or both of you waited outside, out of range of this thing.
You could always go for help.
Or, you know, perhaps you'd be able to aim better with a bit of clarity.
Keys are in the car if you need to run.
What'd you say?
Keys are in the car if you
Ah.
need to run.
Oh,
So
well, I'm
running,
I'm man of
considering.
medicine. If anyone gets injured, I need to be here to help.
With a gun?
Well, you don't know I have got a gun. I haven't brought out a gun and physically showed you. You have no idea I've got a gun on me. You're
Oh,
saying
you don't have
inject
it like in
I've
a
not
holster.
shown. No. I've got it
Okay.
inside my jacket. I'm not actually showing it. I don't show that
Okay.
openly to people.
Okay, then I would have
Yeah.
said that to gunman number 2 and not gunman number 1.
two. Gun bandit number two.
Gunman number 1.
Daphne, what are your thoughts on this matter?
I'd rather not be shot, to be honest. I mean,
Same.
look at my pretty face.
I'm less concerned about my face and more concerned about my life and sanity.
Only pointed
Well,
at one of you
If
and
I
he
don't
bit
have
my
a
ear.
face, I don't have a life. So,
Well,
But if
that's
you're
a
not alive,
different
you also
type
don't
of
have
horror.
life.
Well, Gerardo, perhaps a decent compromise would be to only have one bullet in that chamber for now.
That's not happening.
That seems quite effective. How about instead someone more stable holds it? Oh,
How
actually,
about no one holds the gun while I finish this pentagram, and you guys get on the runes and finish them?
that is a good suggestion, actually.
So just for my sanity's sake,
Mm.
just so I can sort of like piece together what's happening here. Is anyone sort of like staying outside watch with a weapon, or are you sort of all inside?
No,
for
I
this?
suggested that someone stood watch, but they haven't.
I did hear something outside earlier. I did mention this, but I don't know if anyone heard it. But I heard something, some kind of whispering coming from the woods.
As soon as I realise that they're not giving up their firearms, I am going to retrieve mine.
You're going to go
Okay,
get
if you're
yours.
getting,
Yes.
if you're getting yours, I'll get mine.
Safety numbers.
So-
Sounds good.
Everybody roll me a listen check.
I am the only one without a weapon.
I'm
Perhaps you should be
fairly
more
unhappy
organised.
about this.
I failed again.
Fail.
Can't hear anything. I'm too
Yay.
Beautiful.
No.
I'm just gonna
We're
have
I
it
also
at this.
failed.
I'm too
Everyone
slung over
failed?
my shoulder, but I do
Yeah,
want my rifle there
everyone
in that
failed
case.
this one.
I'm
no.
I'm currently drawing finishing off runes as old mate had suggested.
So, you guys have the
Real bad.
ritual in front of you. You have the paperwork. At any point of these 2 hours, the phrases need to be said out loud. They need to be continued and they need to be repeated. You cannot stop for any reason to have the words not continue. Now, those of you with, any intelligence will figure out that you can't keep talking for 2 hours straight.
I'm a streamer, watch me, mate.
Without
What do we have to do?
like, you need to breathe. Like, it even stipulates that stopping for breath is failing.
Oh.
So for 2 hours, you need to repeat this phrase. The quick thinking you're thinking is,
People take
it
turns.
doesn't say one person has to be repeating
Okay.
this.
Mm.
So you can sort of like cycle on to the next person.
Yes,
have
like
Yeah.
a
two of you
chorus.
saying it at the same time,
Yeah.
and then one of you drops out and
Yeah.
and like you keep going.
Do a raid.
Basic
Yeah,
quiet.
do a round.
Row,
So-
row your boat, darling.
So we'll
Pretty
use,
much.
use
So the
hand-
trick to it is you guys have to elect between yourselves who you want to be as the talkers and who you want to be as the watcher. You could have multiple watchers. You could have only 2 people just bouncing off each other, but that will cause bits of exhaustion as you're just like saying this phrase as much as you can, catching your breath and just saying and catching, saying and catching. Like that will, and that has more potential to fail if one of you ever stops. Troubles.
Sure. I think one
I'd like
watcher's
to
probably
be
the
the
best.
watcher.
So I'll quickly
Considering-
leave that to you guys. I've just got to quickly grab some from my room for this next part of the adventure.
I'd
But
like to put
decide amongst
forward
yourselves what you.
that I have no weapon, so I am the least likely to shoot anyone in the circle. I am also least likely to probably run into the circle, considering my sanity is like the highest out of
But
all of
that
you.
same retrospect, my sanity is not the highest. So if I'm doing the chant and I have a psychotic episode halfway through, that's not going to help anyone.
Yeah, but you also
Yeah. Your
I'm
Did you
not
not
armed
faint?
at all. What?
didn't you faint earlier?
Your sanity
No,
is
no,
not
that
higher
was
than mine.
that was old mate earbiter.
Ah, that was old mate. Yeah. Okay.
That was me.
I-
And your sanity is not higher than mine.
I still suggest that perhaps it is worth, because we know running is a terrible idea, and that breaking
Yes.
things is a terrible idea, I would suggest linking our feet together to hinder movement, at least.
Or even barricading the door?
I think that's a great-
barricades the door, put our weapons
that's
in
a great
in
idea as
quiet
well.
corner.
If we lock the door and put the key separate on the other side of the room, which would take...
It would
ample
take us
time.
time to get to
Mm.
the key to get back to the door. But
I mean,
also,
obviously-
Daphne's quite well versed in the occult, so if she's a watcher, she may be able to
detect.
get around to getting things, to grabbing things, to doing things in an emergency that you guys might not think of,
That is
Sure,
also
yeah.
true.
because
I'm okay
that's
with that.
not her. That's her
I'm
area
sure
of
there's some kind of
expertise.
knickknacks that you would have picked up along the way.
Yeah.
Gerardo is very perceptive, very good at spotting the hidden stuff.
Yes.
You sound like Zoe Beck. I am very good at...
Vaudeville.
very good at picking this stuff.
You call yourself a doctor? So what has been?
I'm quite content to allow Daphne to be the observer.
Yeah.
I However, given that you're the only person we know who understands the occult, at least
Yep.
better than I do,
Hmm.
Yep.
Wouldn't your pronunciations be a lot correct than ours?
It's simple Latin, darlings. Simple Latin. It's
I
not
hated
hard.
Latin. One of my main points in medicine school was my Latin. It wasn't very good.
You're speaking a variation of Latin right now. Speaking English. It's fine. You'll be fine.
I think it translates quite so easily, but
If I see anyone that looks like they may be struggling, I will jump in and tag someone else.
Okay, that sounds good. We have some kind of system or some kind of gesture if one of us is willing
Yes.
to swap out.
Sure.
All right.
I guess in that case, I could do with polishing up my Latin skills.
And I take him to the side and start to practice his Latin pronunciation.
So,
All right.
forgive me, before this ritual, this is either the best or worst suggestion I've made all day. Do we require sight?
It would be nice to know if something goes in the room with us, yes.
It doesn't say anything about sight.
Because,
So
forgive me,
can't
but
see the thing.
if we can't see it, it will be harder for it to thrall us.
That's true, but how
So
will we
you want
know
A
when to
blindfold is
swap?
my suggestion.
Yes, so
Yep.
how would you know if something happened to me
Yes,
and I can't swap out?
we can't. And how would we signal that we need to swap if we have no... if we have to
Swapping would
talk?
need visual confirmation because you can't talk it out. That's actually a good point.
Yeah.
I like that idea. That's really good. But yeah, you'd need to have like hand signals to go, like, someone please.
Yeah.
Or even have some kind of phrase that's in between. So, say I finish chanting and someone takes
No.
over, then I say a phrase.
You need to.
No phrase in between.
Okay, perhaps hearing.
stop
then.
Just
Just click your
anything.
fingers, you dummies. That's your signal.
What's the signal for danger then?
You clap.
Or round of applause if we get killed. That sounds amazing.
Yes,
Guys, I'm getting
clap harder if you are dying.
We can clap it in and encourage it and give it a jolly good show.
Actually, you could
Oh,
stop
Told your life
very,
was
very
gonna
loudly.
Be this way.
And how would I how
Congratulations,
would
yes, kill us.
I allow you guys to know that I'm coming so that you can hold on?
Or you could always
Clap a
speak it.
lot very, very quickly.
Or you could,
Or
you could
say
also,
it.
you can just
Now,
say it because
I will say this as well.
Mm.
You guys are good ideas on this one.
But
If someone were to randomly start clapping during a ritual where you need to keep focus on saying the same words over and over,
Very well.
which for you haven't memorized them either. Like for most of you, you're probably going to be reading off of the script. But for those of you that have memorized it, having your eyes blindfolded and having someone randomly start clapping
Fine.
is probably going to distract you. And if it happens to stop you, then you got to start again.
Yeah.
So,
Like it's really good ideas. I like it, but like you guys would know that that's a potential that could go wrong.
Yeah.
Definitely attempt it if you want to, but that is one of the things that like you sort of just click up like that could go wrong.
yeah, I guess I'll rely on
Is
closing my
Gerardo
frickin' eyes
done
if
drawing?
needed.
Am I done
Why
drawing by this point?
Yeah, you finished on.
Why don't you guys just look down as you're chanting? Try not to look at each other or look at anything else.
We apparently need visual confirmation, so that's going to be hard.
Well, obviously you're going to hear things.
Duck, 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 goose.
Eldritara.
Duck, 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 Shoggoth.
While everyone's arguing, Gerardo starts looking around the room to see if there was any of those protective wards we were talking about earlier
Yeah.
that we could like
Yeah.
Good idea.
protect ourselves with. So not
No.
runes on the walls, but, like items that the people may have dropped.
Doesn't look like there's anything really around here. Roll me a spot hidden.
Success.
Success.
Nice.
Nice.
Roll me a sanity check.
Oh.
Fuck!
That's nice.
Oh no!
That's a
You're
fail.
gonna spot all the bones and blood and gore.
Yeah.
Gross.
While that's happening, can I see if there's a symbol on the wall that has the door?
So, Gerardo, you take 2 points of damage as you're sort of shuffling around looking for any talismans or items or things that could assist you in this. And you look at one, you go, oh, this is some strange, like, calcif... That's a tooth, and you drop it, like...
Oof.
That's sanity damage?
Yeah.
Copy.
Because, like, your brain sort of pieces together. One of the people out of this house had his head twisted and turned her off. Yeah, some of his teeth came out when that happened too.
So I am going to literally hand people rope and ask them to tie their feet to restrict but not completely hinder movement.
Yeah.
Just to give someone a chance, like, give perhaps Belle
Yeah.
a chance to intervene. Like, all we know is that if you break these lines, you are done for.
Yes.
Was
So
there
it's
any symbols on the wall of the door?
On the outside.
However, I
You
seem
see-
to have made a cosmic being very happy by suggesting that, so perhaps it's not a great idea after all.
What I'm thinking is, if we have the symbol on the wall with it on the door, right? We have it open to let it in if it comes in through the door. I'm assuming.
I don't know if it
And then
requires
we-
doors, but, well...
Yeah, and when we close the door,
Actually,
it will seal it.
that's a good point. Everybody roll me an idea check.
Is that education?
Int.
Intelligence.
Intelligence.
Success?
Success. Extreme success. Oh, boy.
Hard.
Yep, no, Doctor, you get this straight away.
4 successes so far.
Yay!
And a Harvard Gerardo. Nice.
But yeah, I am going to
extreme
insist on
success.
the things.
Extreme success lets you figure this one out. The thing started making noise when the door opened. Like, you've sort of closed the door thereafter now, and it seems to not really be dealing with that too much. But it was making noise when the door was open, and it was still sort of making it when the door was closing either way. But you noticed that you didn't see any of those symbols, any of the runes, on the attic walls, only on the lower floor walls, lining the outside of this house. You get the feeling that regardless of if it's opened or closed, the fact that there is an unbroken circle of these runes on the outer walls is probably the only reason it's not currently, like it's
Yeah.
banging on the roof, but it's
Yeah.
not, like, coming in. And as well, I said before, like, replication is not an option right now. Like, you could attempt to take one of the walls off and then, like, shovel it somewhere, but you're not sure if that's going to break the circle.
Sounds like it would.
Yeah.
So if we open the front door, it's going to come in.
If you open the front door, you don't think it would. Like, something about it just being a lined circle is fine, regardless of the door being open or closed.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I was thinking if we had half the symbol on the door, when we open the door, it would break and it would come through. Then you close the door and then it would reseal and start the thing again.
If you broke the door off, with the hinges disconnected, that's when you'd have trouble. Now, you get the feeling that the hinges being attached right now, and they are sagging, but the fact that they are currently together is probably a good reason why this place is still keeping up some level of protection.
I am
Okay.
having horrible flashbacks to another door that wasn't... Sorry, Monster of the Week one-shot is haunting me right now.
I know, right? I was there for that.
I'm just like, doors with monsters.
So, ladies
No
and
children
gentlemen,
allowed.
let us get the ritual underway.
Yes.
So,
I suggest we barricade the door to this room.
Mm.
Put our weapons maybe like in a pile in the corner.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
that if we do go insane, we can't just reach.
Yep.
Yes. The
And then
problem is
let's
going
get
to be
started.
uncontrollable impulses. We need to be preemptive about that. Because that's everything we've seen so far, is when people act on impulse or instinct, that's when things go wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have to be measured about these things.
Gerardo agrees to putting his gun in the corner.
Oh, thank heavens.
I had to roll a 1 or a 2 on that D10.
I've been working on it for hours.
I know.
We've got progress.
knocking you down. Just for shits and giggles, I just noticed there's actually stats for Bertrand in this book.
What?
Is he terrible?
Alright.
He's a lawyer.
Of course he is, darling. He's the spawn of the devil.
Is there stats for the doggy though?
His
The
highest
doggy
skill is
translator?
80 in law. Like, he's actually really good at making the law work for him. Oh my god, he's got
That's an important
lead
question.
witness 50%.
Of course he does.
Yeah, it's so rough.
Does the dog have stats?
Yeah, it's the important part.
Dog does not have stats in the
Maybe
box.
the dog is the Shoggoth. Dun, dun.
Mine is
Where
1
is
out of
the
10.
dog? I have questions. Where did you leave the dog, Evelyn?
He's in the
Did you
car,
leave the-
darling.
Okay.
I'm not bringing my dog into this.
Outside
particular-
where I
No,
heard a
I was
creature
just
just
wondering if
before.
you left the dog at the
If we
house.
hear scratching at the door, I'm shooting it.
You would go. Pow, pow, pow.
Actually, this is part where my player knowledge is letting me down. Evelyn would, of course, know what the cars look like. Can they be contained, or is it one of those like open top?
I think a Model T doesn't.
Pardon?
1 second, let me just Google check.
I don't think it'd be open
I
top.
think it's got a hard top.
It's got a hard top, but it's got open side windows.
Okay, if the windows,
Yeah.
like, if I can create an enclosed space, then Ramses is in there. If not, I probably would have left him at Daphne's house.
What, out of curiosity, sorry, just to confirm, what year is this?
1926.
26.
That's the cars we
The
drive?
brand new-
That's so old
the brand new
looking.
26 Ford Model T had a hard top and solid windows.
Did it?
Mm-hmm.
Not by the picture I'm looking at now.
Hang on, let me find the 1926 Model T image. That one.
Yep.
I probably
Oh.
didn't buy it this year. It's probably
Thank you.
last year's model, but
Oof.
that's
Have
Up
you
to
seen
you.
my wealth check?
Actually,
So
that's a good
system.
point. Roll me a credit rating check, Evelyn,
me.
to see what kind of car you have.
Oh right, because
Yeah,
I know
right,
it's
right.
not meant to be a super charming, super expensive
Yeah.
one.
My credit rating so low. I
Hard success.
loan sharks don't bother with me.
Enclosed top.
Enclosed top. Enclosed windows.
Also bear in mind that I did hear things outside.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm not bringing him in here.
Seems entirely fair.
It's Barkington the Third.
I'm still trying to figure out what kind of car I have because I don't know how sturdy it is.
I'm so tempted to do something to the dog.
I
but
know,
really
I can
can't.
see
really
it.
can't. I really can't though. I'm just like, that's too evil. That's way too evil.
Don't kill the dog.
Well, no, the dog is the baddie.
Excuse me, his name is Ramses, not Sir Barkington the Third.
I think it's quite an apt name.
So
He
Wolf's
seems like a noble steed. So licketh a lot.
All right, so let's get the ritual underway.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's on so we did.
Let's see what happens. All right.
I believe that's the
Okay.
very famous Taylor Swift song. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha.
Sanity check, please.
All right, so tell me the placement of who is where. Is everybody inside the house?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
I'm the watcher, so I'm outside.
Are you outside the house?
No, I'm outside of the circle, but in
Yep. So all of you are outside the circle. No one's actually in the circle. You're all around it.
Yes.
The watcher's
yes.
kind of like separate in the room, watching all this happen.
And I am the whisperer in the dark. Yep.
Ooh, that's something different, my friend. So, can everybody who is currently performing this ritual roll me a power check?
Oh gosh.
What is?
Standard or
Standard power roll.
no?
Rip.
Oh,
That's a rip.
oh.
That's such a rip. That's a fail.
2 fails and an extreme pass.
Yeah, extreme from me.
Fail. I only got
I
40 power.
Is it just you three singing, or is it anyone else?
Can we see if we are focused on looking around
thought we were past that stage.
and watching?
I think my character
Yeah.
won't be looking around watching because he's only got 40 power, so it's going to take a lot from him.
This is one of
There
those
should be
scenarios where I'm like, I'm not quite sure what we're checking for, so I don't know if I should spend luck or not. It would be quite an investment.
To be fair, basically what this check is for is to see how well you begin the ritual.
Oh,
Like,
okay, yeah. In that case, no.
practice of like getting the words right,
Mm.
and with the extreme success, the doctor's the one that sort of like filters onto you two,
Okay,
that he's
yeah.
able to keep this thing moving. Like
Yeah,
he
it's
picks up a
me,
lot of the slack for you guys, basically. So
Cool.
Harry is the one. Extreme success, you say? Oh boy.
Oh boy.
So Harry's voice kind of changes a little as this ritual is occurring. Goes a bit deeper, goes a different timbre. And actually, look at the Latin phrases here.
Damn it, Harry. You're too good at chanting.
O spiritus vosper pententium, serpentium, virtum exorcio, placentius viventus, and just words like that over and over. And then the voice goes like a bit deeper on the next inflection. O spiritus vosper potentium, separantium, vivum excentro, piscentro. And it just goes deeper and deeper as he goes along. But he has his wits about him. He's definitely like he's almost like he's getting more natural about it, and that sort of helps you guys because you guys are sort of struggling because you're a bit distracted by this. But eventually, you guys return to it.
Yeah, so I'll just observe him and then from there mimic.
Yeah.
About 20 minutes goes by, and then noise starts picking up from the attic. It sounds like.
Ellen is going to shove her fingers in her ears to like try to keep it out. Like she can still kind of hear, but not fully.
So,
Daphne is just watching. She's watching
So
all of
barking
this, and she's watching the attic, trying to assess what's happening right now.
Daphne.
Oh, my thing.
You don't need to roll me a spot hidden check because you said you were specifically looking up. From the creases and corners of the walls, you see something dark, black, and red dripping from the ceiling onto the walls.
Oh,
So Gerardo probably sees this.
Oh yeah, you see this as well.
Okay.
I am actively not
Grabs
looking.
his gun.
Okay.
It's
The
not.
three of you in the circle, can you roll me a sanity check?
I thought the
Oh,
whole
yeah.
point was
know.
that the guns were out of reach.
Yeah.
yeah.
Out
You
of
would have to
reach,
leave.
so
Are all of us in the
Success.
circle?
All of you in the circle, yes.
Okay, my bad. Then he just puts on his brass knuckles.
That I have. no
always
problem
equipped with weapon. Punch it.
with. We're at.
Oh, fuck.
Oh
Ah.
gosh.
Gosh.
No.
One more.
9.
Ugh.
And Gerardo.
Oh boy.
I hit 40 out of 40.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
Do you want to spend some luck on that, perhaps?
You cannot
Can
spend
you?
luck
Can
on a
I?
sanity check.
Oh no. Okay.
oh, see? That's rough. That's okay. It wouldn't make a difference anyway. I only had 29.
Oh
No.
god.
What are you rolling?
I assume I have to roll for the sanity.
Oh yes,
thing?
yes.
The what happens was a D10 last
So-
time, so
Oh,
First,
okay.
first thing I need to ask you is roll me an intelligence check.
Who?
Intelligence,
Yes, an idea check.
extreme.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
I'm happy.
Is that bad?
That's
that's the bad thing to do.
You wanted to fail this one.
Because that's you noticing the veil.
I am so very
Walking through
glad that the gun is not in your hand right now.
Don't walk through the
Yeah,
veil.
you
Don't go
shouldn't
towards
be.
the light.
We're
You
all
are
glad.
so lucky that there are other people around you right now, because if there wasn't, there's a different table that you roll on, which is a summary of what occurred. And if you rolled a 4 on that table, you're in trouble. Oh boy.
Super.
Yes.
This is intense. This is going to be game changer. So, first things first. You turn around and you look at everyone in this room. Everything about this room is concerning you because they all brought you here. Everyone here, you never met them before, and they brought you to this place. And they're the ones performing this ritual, and they're the ones making the noise happen. And as you turn around to look at them, some of the the liquid bursts, and because you're not really paying attention to it. For Daphne, can you roll me a dodge check? But sadly for you, you don't get a dodge check on this one.
I don't have a dodge filled in.
So it would just be your half of your dexterity.
Okay, let me find my dex in general, which is up here, which is 50, so that makes that 25.
God, I'm rolling so freaking high on.
That is a fail on my dodge.
It bubbles and it bursts and it hits both of you.
Oh,
Daphne,
no.
you're trying to dodge out of the way, but it still strikes you, and then you hear as it starts burning you for 2 points of acid damage.
Ow!
At this
You-
point,
I've
mean,
already got 11
If you
HP.
have 5 luck, you can change that, Daphne. Though I don't know if that can be applied after the GM has announced what it is.
if I've announced it, then in most cases I tend to
Okay.
go not. If it's something big and crazy,
Okay,
Yeah.
sometimes, but if it's like a little bit like this,
fair enough.
Incident.
it's more fun to have the things go off on you, to be honest.
Yeah.
And trust me, you don't want to be spending all your luck on little things because
Mm.
you're going to need it for the big things.
Yeah.
So, as you take this acid damage, the pain hits you. Your ear starts tingling again.
Oh, no.
Everyone here is trying to kill you. They brought you here to kill you. This is a conspiracy. Now, this doesn't mean that you're like tempted to violence, but you get the feeling that they are not having your best interest at heart as they're continuing this. Paranoia has seeped to your mind. Now, the best part is that the only person that could help you get out of this is the doctor,
Yeah.
who's currently performing the ritual.
Oof.
So I leave that to you to decide what you want to do with that.
So I took 2 acid damage. I'm at 5 out of 10 HP.
Oh, that's right, because you had the ear injury. Yeah, you're starting to feel it. Like, you're starting to feel a bit drowsy. Like, it's hitting you now, and you're just like,
I feel like Gerardo starts screaming as he's like trying to get
I
this
have
acidic
some
blood off of him.
I have some psychology. Can I try and help him?
It has to be
I'd be
psychoanalysis.
psychoanalysis to fix this.
Yeah. No, I only have like one.
Roll me psychology if you want to see if you figure out what's going on with
Sure.
Don't worry about it.
That's a 61 fail. I have no idea what's going
No
on.
clue.
Is there a way to swap me out?
Right now,
I've-
you're
I've-
dealing with the ritual.
'Cause I've heard the injury. It's like,
Yeah, you've heard the injury.
Do you want to like raise your hand, make a movement,
well, yes.
make eye contact with me?
I mean,
Can I make eye contact with you?
Aren't there 3 people doing the ritual right now?
Yes.
Yes.
but that's the
You
thing.
can just stop.
Can we swap people?
We did
As long
say we
as it
had symbols.
continues
to do it.
going, because like not like all 3 of you are not saying this all at the same
Okay.
time. You're switching out with each other to make sure that it's a constant stream of the same words.
Fair enough.
Okay,
So
so
I'll
yeah.
say that the doctor needs to swap out with me,
okay.
and I will
Approach me and whatnot. That's what places. Yeah.
and I will start doing the chant before I get into the circle, so that I'm already kind of like in the mode, so that I'm not like losing the place of where he's at, and then I kind of like tag him out.
Did we establish people bound themselves?
I did.
Yes.
Yeah, so I would continue and start binding myself in.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay, I understand now. All right. Cool. Well, I'll tag out, assess the situation, look to see. Well, I'm assuming that Daphne's okay because she's spoken to me. I'm assuming the other person that screamed out would be him. So I've looked at him and I assess what I see. Do I see the other stuff on the walls as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
cool.
still sort of like it's bubbling and like dripping as well, and it's sort of like if you're not careful, it keeps sort of like exploding a bit towards you, like.
Okay. Well, I'll approach. First off, I'll do psychoanalysis, looking at him just to assess if he's
Now,
dead.
would you allow him to have a look over at you?
Well, that's what I'm looking at him first. I'm looking at him directly to see if he's okay. Like,
That'd be a psychology roll.
So Gerardo, I feel like, is like wiping stuff off his face. He probably doesn't notice you right away.
Yep. So
Okay.
hard success. You know that he's currently looking a bit tense and a little bit out of it. Like he's pulling at something. He clears off the acid, and then he just keeps going. Like he's in a manic state right now. Something's up with him.
okay, can I use psychoanalysis to calm him down?
It's up to him if he wants to allow you to use that, because the psychoanalysis is telling someone to like listen to me, calm you down. But if he doesn't trust you,
Oh yeah, alright.
that's what the role.
Jado, you need to
Like-
calm down.
Say what you say. Like, let's roll.
Yeah, go for it.
So okay, so it's Gerardo. Gerardo, bad. You've acid burn. Are you okay? Are you okay?
It's in my fucking face. It's in my face.
Hold still that. And I'll pull like a napkin and stuff, and I'll wipe at it, and I'm like, it's almost gone. It's almost gone.
Yeah. As you start like pulling his hands away to wipe at it, I feel like he'd swing at you. So maybe roll dodge, and
So
if
roll
you
a
pass,
bill.
I don't even bother making an attack roll. Maybe
All right.
because I am doing this
pass.
like
I do a
my
hard
eyes are
pass.
closed. You know,
Nice.
I do a
Like,
hard
he's
pass.
sort of just swiping.
he swings wide, like well
That's
over
a
you.
hard pass, yeah.
Yeah, I'm used to
You've
that
dealt with patients before.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
you know how to.
Yeah.
This is
You
not
get
my
out of the way.
first
You can
time
tell
being
he's
punched
very
in the
clearly-
face.
Yeah. Sadly, you can tell that he's kind of manic, and you know that he's probably going to keep swinging if you
Yeah.
attempt to like touch him again.
Yeah. So I'll just talk him down from just not close enough that it's invading his personal space, and like so not within arm's reach essentially. So I can talk him down like that.
On the plus side, there are two phases to this. The first phase has now occurred. The major paranoia is sort of starting to drip out because you're sitting there going, like, if he wanted to really hurt me, like, I would have got a good check on him just then. Like, he would have committed harder. So why did he, like, get away that way? Like, your brain's starting to, like, filter in a bit more, but there's still a level of mistrust here, but it's a lot less severe now as the second phase kicks in.
Okay.
Second phase means that the paranoia is going to stick around until you get safe. And when I say safe,
No.
I mean back home,
Yeah.
under your bed, in a liquor store, like anywhere that you would see as a safe space that is not here. Which is a problem because you kind of have to be here right now.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, he stops going at his face and kind of just opens his eyes and stares at you and says, "I need pain pills.
Okay.
Give me your medicine bag."
Okay, so I'll go into my medicine bag and get painkillers, but I'll say, you know, only one tablet only, and I'll give it to him.
Yeah,
Yeah, Joe, give
Gerardo
him one.
like reaches for them, and then he also tries to grab the bag from you.
Yeah, I'll move their bag back, and I'm like, my boy, just one. I'm a medical professional. If you have too many, it will be bad for you. And I'll
He
just
starts
give them
searching the bag to see if there's any other pill bottles you may have hidden from him that are pain pills. He obviously doesn't know what he's looking for, so he just looks back at the medicine you gave him, and then he probably takes one.
Okay, and I'll be like, here, take your own flask with it as well.
So, Gerardo, roll me a power check. This is a fun situation of placebo potentially kicking in, or not.
Extreme.
Oof.
Nice. So, you are conscious of this. You are taking all of your attention to see how this medication is going to work on you. Given a bit of time, it might start kicking in, you might start noticing. With an extreme success, over the next 10-15 minutes, you feel your senses coming back to you and you start calming down. But just at that moment, as the ritual continues, you've got the other three continuing on as they do, the noise from the attic starts kicking up a little bit more. It starts slamming on the ceiling, and this liquid stops pooling. And then the noise stops. Takes another couple of minutes as the medication's starting to kick in a little bit. From outside of the house, you hear a voice saying, "Help! Help!
Fuck no.
Please! Help!"
Fuck no.
No.
I told you I need my fucking gun.
And I'll say,
Do not
Hey,
open
hey,
that
no.
door.
pay it no heed. It's probably trying to tempt us.
Roll me a spot hidden check, Gerardo. To be fair, this is only if you're like, because the windows are boarded up, but you can sort of see through them, but you have to like go over to like look through.
Gerardo's probably
Can I-
going for his
Stop.
gun. He's probably not paying attention to the window.
Okay.
So he goes and grabs his gun. And he aims it over there, but he's not getting closer. He's staying back.
I'll
Are you taking his place in the circle?
then. What? No, Gerardo. Gerardo's not the one that's in the circle.
Yes, he is.
It's Harry. Is it?
He's not singing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
then I'll-
Gerardo hasn't been doing the ritual.
Oh, okay, sorry. In that case.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so Harry's in the circle? Alright.
Yeah, I
So
saw mine.
Harry, Evelyn, and Daphne, the three of you
Yeah.
are sort of charmed at this point. What would you like to do?
I'll attempt to, I guess, talk him down. Just be like, no, lad, now's not the time. Remember, Evelyn said that we shouldn't be brandishing weapons in this tense situation. Who knows what's out there? And it's only what it wants you to do.
And again, you hear this voice: "Someone, help, please!" And she sounds like she's in a lot of pain.
Gerardo doesn't put his gun away. He just keeps holding it shakily.
Mhm.
He kind of just backs himself into the corner and kind of like sits down with the gun pointed at the door.
Doctor, what about you?
It's not necessarily a bad thing if he shoots through the door because it won't be breaking the seal.
It is a fucking bad idea. It's about to fall off the hinges.
But the bullet won't presumably knock the door off its hinges, though.
It's a
wood.
shotgun.
Oh, it's a shotgun? Okay.
No, it's a pistol.
No.
Oh,
But
pistol.
even
Never
that
mind.
could be enough if it hits badly.
Yeah.
Sorry, I am busy chanting, by the way. I'm not talking out loud.
I'll stand next to him and I'll smile gently to him, like in the most reassuring, doctoring kind of way. Be like, put the hand on top of the gun and be like, it's okay, like slowly but gently on top of the gun. And I'm like, it's okay. Remember, it's just trying to do this. The possibility of the girl being directly outside that window is literally impossible. We're on the second floor of the building. There's no way.
You're on the basement floor.
Basement floor.
So like the ground floor. There's the second floor is the attic.
Because
So
remember,
like you guys are on the ground floor right now.
I was like, because remember, there hasn't been anyone here for months. It's impossible for her to be any person here at all.
So for Gerard and the
Gerardo
doctor,
lowers his gun.
roll me listen checks, you two. And to be fair, as well before that, roll me a psychoanalysis check as he's trying to calm him down as well.
Psychoanalysis, alright. Oh,
And then a listen check, doctor.
Oh, I got hard success. Boy. And a listen check.
I failed my listen.
I got a fail.
No. Okay, so, you do calm down. Like the psychoanalysis basically does calm down your paranoia, at least for this scene until you have another episode kick up. The
Yep.
paranoia kicks down. Like the doctor is clearly making rational sense, and there's a creepy noise coming from outside, and he's the one telling you to calm down. So you're like, no, that makes sense, and like the pills are kicking in, and it's like,
Yeah.
all right. The two of you fail your listen checks. Can the other three of you make me a hard listen check? Because you guys are currently chanting.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I'm bad at
Oh gosh, don't fumble.
fumble.
Stop fumbling.
I'm looking.
The GM is too happy about this.
2 failures, 1 fumble.
With the fumble. You hear the wrong thing. Oh boy. This is going right again. Harry, you know the sound of a damsel in distress.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
She's getting closer and closer to this house, and it sounds like from the outside overgrowth through the grasslands, she's walking towards the house, and she sounds like she's almost fumbling over herself, like she's in a world of pain. And all of you can sort of hear her just keep saying the words, "Please, please help," and she's just getting closer by sound. And with none of you sort of looking towards the window, Harry, you're the first one to notice that she's getting pretty close to the porch at this point.
I will say to everyone, now remember, I heard something out there before, and it wasn't human. This is probably just this thing.
Okay.
From Evelyn's
We
point
have a-
of view, this is not the first time she's had to focus on something while people are screaming for help and in pain. I don't think it's going to be that hard for her to go, like push that problem away, because she's used to it. She did that for a long time.
The girl slumps onto the window. Through the barring and the the boarded up sections of the window, you see her. It's a young girl, probably in her early 20s. She's wearing a long white dress, and there is blood all over her midriff. It looks like she's had a massive chunk of her bitten.
Oh man.
Bleeding. She looks like she's in a world of pain.
Can I
And she
use...
sort of looks horrified as she's sort of like up there like, please help. And she's looking like she's about to like pass out at this point.
Can I use... Is it medicine I would be using? Or there's basically looking at the wound. And it's like, because a chunk's been taken out of it, right? And I'm just like looking at her, I'm just like, probably shouldn't be alive if you're missing that much of your body.
Give me a medicine check.
Medicine check? Extreme. Oof. Got 2.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll say...
It's
I'll
either
say
really good or terrible.
a little bit of both. But
You
I'll
know
just say...
exactly what's going on here, which is a sanity check for
Yeah. Sanity check.
fail.
Come on.
Fail.
Yeah, I failed.
Ouch.
Oh wow, yeah.
Always looking beneath, but past the curtains. Yep. So I'll just basically like, it's not possible. She's missing too much of it. It's not possible. And it's basically just raising his
5
voice.
points of sanity damage.
Oh,
Jesus.
so fun fact: I'm hitting below the 32 mark as well.
Yep. So first thing you need to roll is an intelligence check. You want to fail this.
Oh,
Do I reset
Six,
my
yeah.
Santi from 40 to 50 again?
Nope.
Okay.
It keeps going down, my friend.
yeah. So I succeeded.
So
Boy.
you understand exactly what's wrong here. That wound looks like it's about 2 weeks old, but it's just open there. The blood was probably, caked onto her, but she's probably been lying in a ditch for about 2 weeks now.
Yep.
She looks emaciated. Her skin looks a bit tough and
I'll
rough.
just that's not possible.
Oh, to be fair, with 5 points of sanity, I need you to roll me a d10 as something happens.
Yep. Let's do it. Let's do this. 3. I'll take door number 3, please.
Well, 3's not paranoia, so you're lucky.
Take the 3 on the
I don't think lucky is a word we want to be tossing around right now.
I don't think lucky
Really
applies
not.
to this game. I think we're in the wrong neighborhood for
Not
lucky.
when you're rolling on this table.
Oh no, Doctor. I'm so sorry.
Doctor Who.
I've lost them again.
This is how it happens, my friends.
No.
Mhm.
Doctor.
Yep.
What weapons do you have at your disposal?
A pistol in my pocket, actually.
Have you
Good.
put that in the corner?
No, because no one knew I had it, and I never said anything.
So I need you to roll me a luck check now.
Oh, my luck check's horrible.
I know.
Fail. Oof.
First thought comes to your mind.
To shoot her.
That is an abomination that you have to put down.
That's fair.
Whenever
That would be my first thought too.
Yep. But like your first instinct is that an adrenaline kicks in first. And your first thought is, I need a clear shot. Barrel chest through the door, shoot. Bang, 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 bang. And you see her just take the shots to the head as she hits the ground.
Yep.
Smoking gun, all of you turn while the ritual is continuing, and you see the doctor standing outside the door, and you hear,
That's me going.
How the fuck?
I roll for damage.
Me roll my pistol for damage?
No.
No.
Ah. You roll for damage. Okay, well I'm dead.
You might survive, that's the worst part.
I don't think I will. I only got 10 HP. Whew.
Ouch.
Well, at least,
Oh, 10 whole HP, huh?
Yeah. Well, at least I helped you out, so you don't have to worry about her anymore because she's dead.
Provided
11 points of damage.
provided the others
Yeah.
keep chanting, I'm just going to say to Gerardo, close the door.
It's closing.
I-
Oh, no.
Close the door.
Ladies and gentlemen, first we see what happens to the
Oh,
doctor.
Very well. Go for it.
He
Out
is
from the
perfectly-
attic, there is a distortion of light. There is a cloud that is nothing. It wraps over his head, and then you see a chunk of him just disappear. 11
so
points of damage.
fine.
He falls to the ground as the door is still open. The section of him that is outside the house, this thing keeps chewing. and eating.
Gerardo closes the door.
Well, first everyone has to roll me a sanity
Yeah.
check to see the doctor have his head ripped off.
So
That's a
don't
fail.
tick- so okay, just to verify, don't tick the dying box, right, with the major wound.
You're dead, yeah.
Okay, cool. Just
Fail.
making sure. I'll burn all my luck points.
All of us failed.
Oh, good, I failed as well. Yep.
Oh, guys,
That's,
no.
3 failures.
Dum, bum, bum, bing.
Oh,
Actually,
nice.
no.
Look at Daphne rolling a crit success.
That's what I'm talking about. Alright,
That
so
means
everybody...
that was all
We're all
sanity.
losing our minds, and she's just, I've seen worse.
You what?
I have seen worse. Piranhas. What?
Yeah, walk it
All
off.
of you take 3 points of sanity damage. An episode doesn't kick up except for you, buddy boy. I need
Me.
you to roll me another d10. For
Who?
Mr. Italiano.
Oh, okay.
Oofed.
That's a 10.
Oof.
Yeah, that makes sense. I need you to roll me a percentile as a mania kicks in.
63.
And now Jared goes to his fun table of manias. So, with you guys keeping your wits about you, you keep the ritual going, but you guys are tied up on the floor as you watch the doctor being eaten. Who's over there trying to close the door? And it can't be Gerard because Gerardo's currently got something going.
He's doing his own thing right now. You know, moving on to bigger things.
I think it would be me.
Excellent. Would you like to roll me a strength check to
Oh,
try and
gosh.
push the doctor?
Oh, push me out. Okay, that's cool.
Out or in, either way.
Extreme success.
Yo! So you pull him in and close the door, slamming it shut. It's not a great sight, but adrenaline, you pull yourself back to the circle and you keep chanting. Oh boy.
Just don't look at me. Don't look at me.
You're dead, you're not talking.
Alright, let's see what happens to Gerardo.
I love Emily just like seeing that and going, no, just getting back to work.
Deal with that later. Closing that.
I'm gonna put a pin in that for later.
You want to summarize that issue.
That's something for later, me.
Yes, literally, like, nope, not dealing with it. Let's walk up to the, like, in that insane horror over there, close the door on it, push him out of the way, and get back to work.
Oh, that's messed up. Roll me one more percentile, Gerardo.
No.
Is that a luck one?
No.
45.
45. Makes sense. Mania episode.
Yeah.
Romeo-mania.
Sounds
Compulsion to be completely still. Unmoving.
Oh, that's not so bad.
As you saw what happens when you move outside that door, shit happens. So
Yeah,
you
fair.
are.
For now,
locked
that's probably
as to
the
where you are
best thing you could have
That's-
ended up with.
Yeah, that's actually the best
Oh,
answer,
yes, no,
right?
it's not gonna cause
the
problems.
gun
He doesn't have his
in
gun.
his hands, pointed at the door, and he's just locked, frozen.
Do you have your gun?
Finger isn't even all close to the trigger, it's just like that.
Didn't you put the gun down?
Yeah, because made you
Oh,
put
yeah,
down.
that's right. Yeah, yeah.
It's on the
So,
floor, and you don't
he
want to
just-
move.
He was
I
like
guess you
reaching for the gun, and he just stops.
Because you know that if you move, that thing can potentially kill you. So, an hour goes by. An hour 20 goes by. An hour 40 goes by. This thing is making noises upstairs, and the noise that keeps coming out of it is...
Yeah, it's just
the
mocking
ritual
me.
continues. And then, 5 minutes before the 2-hour mark, silence. The flames in the corner start dying down slowly. Not completely out, but definitely holding low. From the top of the ceiling, a trickle of smoke, in a puddle almost, starts floating down into the center of this pentagram. It hits the floor, and the smoke fills out and dissipates. No noise, but it is there.
This is only the
What do you guys want
summon.
to do?
Sorry, this is only the summoning part we're doing, right?
This is
And
the
then
summoning
there's the
part.
banishing as well.
The banishing part has a very annoying component to it.
Yeah.
The dust of Ibn Ghazi that is part of the utensils and materials here. To banish it, you must bring it to this plane on the material. You must throw the powder and then perform the ritual. So, who is throwing the powder?
How long does it take to do the ritual?
You don't know.
So, I mean, Evelyn would carry a wristwatch. It's the kind of person she is. I'm going to make sure that we time it to exactly 2 hours because I don't want to be premature.
Yep.
So I'm going to make sure that it's not a sort of deception. Like, no, we said it was going to be 2 hours. It's 2 hours.
Okay.
That kind of thing.
2 hours. Like on the timer of the 2 hours exactly, you grab the powder and you synchronize as you're saying the words and you chuck it into the center. Everybody else, roll me a sanity check. Except for the dead doctor, obviously.
No, makes sense.
So everybody else.
That's a fail!
Me as well?
You as well, sorry, yes.
Thank fuck for that. So hard.
Success.
Ooh.
You're dead.
Yep, and now more sanity left.
Oh boy. Gerardo, you poor guy.
Oh, you're just not lucky at all.
You lose another 6 points of sanity, Gerardo.
31 of... Yeah.
I need you to roll me another percentile.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
There's positives, right? We have both boxes ticked, someone dying and someone going insane, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole experience.
Oh no.
Oh, stop doing that.
As she chucks in the powder, the thing lights up, almost like a Christmas tree, like a bauble of spinning shapes and lights. All of you see this cacophonous chorus of noise, sound, and light as there is a dark hue to it. The eyes open and an opalescent brilliance comes out of this thing. Gerardo, you have two manias clicking up against each other at this point. One of them is to remain still.
Oh no.
The other one is a compulsion and obsession with light and all that it is.
Oh dear.
And inside that circle
Oh no.
is light. So everybody else loses 1 point of sanity.
Even
with
at a
a
success?
hard
roll
success?
me even a
with hard
success. This thing is
Even a hard
messed up.
success?
Mhm.
Okay.
So sanity, there's only really 2 successes for sanity. It's either a success, a critical, or a
Okay.
fail. So hard success doesn't really do much.
Okay. I'm at my 56 points.
52.
You're at 56?
Yeah,
Roll me an idea check. Oh goody, this is gonna be fun.
God damn it.
and this is one I want
Don't
to fail
succeed
again,
this
yeah?
time.
You want to
Well,
fail
I
this
haven't.
one.
I have an 80, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
my problem was 70.
It can happen. You guys have rolled 96s a lot.
yes,
Wow.
that's an 87. I'll
Adrenaline.
take it.
Kicks
That's a
in.
fail.
Your mind sees this and chooses not to accept whatever the hell it is. And you just
Don't care, not doing it.
lock down, keep chanting as you hit the 2 hour mark. Gerardo, with a hard power check, I need you to roll me that now to see if you decide to walk into this circle.
Oh,
Hard
Hard
on pow.
power check.
that
The
clutch.
mania of staying still wins out. You take a few steps and lock up as you don't want to walk into this circle. And at this point, a voice comes from the center. What do you desire? What
We
can
desire
I
you
give
to piss
you?
off.
I can give so much more. Power, fame, eldritch knowledge, and magics beyond your mind's comprehension.
Evelyn's not even going to finish listening. She's just going to keep on.
Yeah, we just keep on not listening.
What? Name it. Name it. What would you ask of me? Name it.
Go back from whence you came.
Banish.
Go back to the
Here.
shadows. Sorry.
You shall not.
Back to the shadow
Legitimately,
realm.
all of us telepaths.
All right, everybody who is in the circle telling this thing to piss off.
I mean,
I won't tell you what quality you need, but you need to make me a power check as you continue and attempt to complete the banishing ritual.
Nope.
extreme success.
Extreme as well.
I'm a fail.
The extreme made up for the fail. The final extreme shunts this thing out as he goes, no, no, no.
Yes!
The fire kicks back up in the fireplace.
Gerardo runs for the fire.
Oh god.
Light!
no.
Save light!
Dies.
Roll me a constitution check just quickly, because this is not going to be good.
Oh.
That's a fail.
Oh no!
Imagine succeeding only to be consumed by fire. Bad times.
Takes
I don't
7
feel like
points.
he jumps in, like he gets like right up next to it. No, he's probably
Yeah,
burning
but
his face very badly.
Yeah, it catches though, and it catches onto you, and you take, as you basically run out of this building, 7 points of fire damage.
You've only
I'm
got 5
bad.
HP, don't you?
Runs outside, screaming. Like the worst thing about it is that he's screaming only at the end, because the first part he is laughing, he is enjoying it, and what's worse is that the reason he got so far is because he's got very heavy painkillers going through his system.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
no.
And so he runs outside, and then the bliss of this kicks up as he looks at himself on fire, and then the shocking realization clicks to him as he goes, ah, ah, ah! As he just burns to the ground.
Yep.
The end.
He
They
died
always
way
Guys,
he
do that.
unfortunately, I'm gonna have to jet because I have another game starting. I'm really
Oh,
sorry.
That
He
is
died the way he lived, on fire.
up in flames.
Bye, guys.
He was lit.
Bye.
Fully lit flame.
Oh.
My
Oh no, the
overlay.
overlays.
Rip overlay.
And
Oh,
I
it's
can't edit it while we're live because it's gonna crash if I do.
That's okay. Given the sort of like the fast forward to this one, so a few things could have happened here. At the end, Bertram could have showed up with some police officers and would have been like, why are there all these dead bodies all over the place? Thankfully that didn't happen, because I made some rolls earlier in the game, and they were able to sidetrack him enough by having him have a bad case of the runs because he had bad dinner. Unable
Thank
to come
you.
here, you guys are able to deal with this situation of trying to explain away the bodies, but all of you would recover in this situation 7 points of sanity damage as you realize that whatever this thing was, you have banished it. It is no longer a threat on this world, for those of you that are alive. For those of you that are dead, you're dead.
No, I got some sanity back too.
Yeah.
My afterlife is feeling a little more easy.
It's sort
I'm
of the
pretty
case
happy.
where, yeah, and also for those of you that succeeded with banishing this ritual, you would gain another 3 Cthulhu mythos, because you've read the books, you performed the ritual, you saw into this thing, it was bleeding off onto you, this occult knowledge of things that shouldn't be.
Really
And if we
bad.
were to continue this, you would pick up the 3 that survived and go, now we pick up 2 other people to be like, hey, this world is messed up. We've seen the
Hey, kid,
real
do you want
world
to lose
now.
your sanity?
Yeah.
And for those of you that had a psychotic break, for those of you who lost 1/5 of your power, which was the, I think that was for you, Harry. You failed that check, so you're actually going to be okay. But in a couple of weeks, a phobia or a mania might start kicking up, and you're going to need some therapy to work through that.
Sure.
I would help
So-
you, but I'm dead.
Yep. So
Yeah.
failing at that moment, you steeled yourself at that moment, but you
Yeah.
did lose a lot of sanity over the course of this adventure.
Yes.
And that, in a conclusion, this is a 3 session adventure. You guys are able to get it done in 1. Only lost 2 people, but
Yeah,
that
that's
is what you
pretty
should
good.
expect from a Call of Cthulhu adventure.
Holy
so-
crap.
Hope you guys enjoyed the adventure. I hope it was exciting.
That was awesome.
That was
Now, here's the fun part. If we had a bit
Yes.
more time to do this as well, you guys were saying, oh yeah, we'll leave the guns in the car.
No.
I was laughing my head off because you would have had to run out to get them and the thing would have grabbed you. You also said, I'll stay outside and keep watch. I was laughing my head off because it would have grabbed your head and ripped your head off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys chose at the very end, I wasn't saying anything, but you chose right at the end the correct option, which was everyone inside the house and guns within some level of easy access. Now, the scary one is that more things can get reanimated outside, one of them being a brown bear that tries to force its way into the building. If you guys had tied yourselves to the ground, it would have been a dex check to get out of the ropes, and if you had failed, the bear would have just mauled you to the ground. So that would have been horrifying, that sort of misunderstanding the situation and accidentally setting yourselves up to fail. So that would have been amazing. But at the same time, I was like, when you failed the sanity, looking at the lady, that's when I was like, yep, I know how this is concluding now. You're running out there, you're shooting her, and you're getting your head just ripped off.
It would have been cool if you animated me then, and then I was like the person that was like trying to appeal to Jared, because he would have been like the best connection to like exploit, and it would have been amazing.
Yeah, and to be fair, that was the cool thing of why he lost so much sanity and just ran into the fire at the end.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah.
His one lifeline just like died.
Hope you guys enjoyed the session.
Absolutely.
That was a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm just, I still just want to, like, it's Evelyn talking, and she's just like, but what about the fuckwit?
And he's like, I'll give you anything. Yeah, can you kill that guy? Yeah, cool, thanks.
Evelyn's just like, okay,
The end.
we fixed this pressing problem. Now what?
There's like two things.
You could have actually
Kill the guy
asked
and
him.
then go away.
You could have asked him to kill Bertram if you wanted to.
Yeah, kill Bertram.
Yeah,
and
I
then go
know,
home.
but she was still
Alright,
like,
cool.
no, I'm not going to do that to my uncle.
Yep.
Good
on you. You are a sane human being.
I was like, her sanity was pretty intact at that point, so.
I mean, if you want to kill Bertram, do it yourself, you know?
Now, if I was running another game of this one as well as a campaign, Harry, you would start developing psychic phenomena and connections because you made like 3 extreme successes when you were trying to identify this creature from the Dreamlands, the Shadowlands.
Yeah.
Because you made those extreme ephemera options when you're trying to get into the mind of it, my brain logicked to, you know, he's got some kind of connection. And if we kept playing the game, you'd start actually being able to call upon that. Now, when it comes to Call of Cthulhu, psychics are technically real. Some of them are phony, but some of them are real. None of the real ones ever have a fun life beyond their age. Like it tends to drive them insane quicker because you've got access to seeing things that you shouldn't. The downside to that is that those things can now see you as well.
So, my question, again, in character is going to be, after we've done this, I'm going to drive as quickly as I can to the hospital to see if I can be there for his last moments.
Here's the fun part. You guys get to Rupert Merriweather. He's made a full recovery.
Yeah, he would have.
I don't care about social etiquette. I'm going to hug him. That's...
Like the doctors are astounded. His cancer has cleared up. Leukemia cleared up. Like, he's fit as a fiddle in his 70s. Like, he looks like he's back in his 50s again. Like, he looks well off. Very well off.
Fantastic.
And to be fair, if we ran another adventure of this one, I can run the second adventure where Rupert tells you about another house that he used to live up with.
Never let my uncle go into real estate business.
He'd tell you about his first marriage and his other children.
Also, this other time with this other thing, he's like, please stop telling me this. I don't want to know anymore.
You come back to the hospital.
Let's not go.
He's fit as a fiddle. He's walking. He's got a bit of a walking stick, but fit as a fiddle. He walks around like nothing tomorrow. And he obviously recognizes what's happened, and he would reward all of you. For those of you that aren't family, he'd actually give you like a cash reward of like a couple $100, being like, thank you for saving my life.
Yay.
And he'd sort of say, you've done what I couldn't. If there's ever something that comes up again, I would call upon you individuals as the ones that can actually get this done.
Ghostbusters.
Gives you a couple $100 when he has a huge mansion.
Yeah.
A couple of $100
times that by 20. That's like nearly.
It's about $2,000.
Yeah, $4,000 to $6,000 just for one day's work. Like, that's insane.
That's because we go.
I'm gonna drink most of that, but
yeah,
you're gonna call
because you're like,
not me, 'cause I'm dead.
Yeah. Any questions about the scenario?
Oh no, but I am going to enjoy telling my uncle exactly what Bartrand tried doing to his possessions. And it's not even
Oh,
gossip. It's not even like,
so
oh, uncle,
good.
we wouldn't believe. It's a very factual. Here's what that shithead did.
Yeah. I think
Guess
that's
who's
just
getting
that.
written out of the family?
I was gonna say, if he was in the will, he's not anymore.
I mean, that's just a happy ending for me. I died, yeah, but you know, that guy's a joke.
It's just like, that's one of the better endings you can get. It's either you survive, then it's death, and then it's absolute insanity or corruption. So
I think it's good because I think my character wasn't that brave in reality, and to go out like that was actually pretty good. Because that would be like
That was pretty cool, yeah.
yeah, it's like a Viking funeral almost.
It's like that's what you sort of want to expect out of certain Cthulhu scenarios. It's like you might lose some on the way to get there, but if the goal is succeeded, then the greater world has prevailed. But
yeah.
at what cost? For some of you, it's your
Yeah.
mentality, and for some of you, it was your lives.
I'm just, I don't know, I just loved playing Evelyn. It's like that level of sass and open, like, disregard for anything.
Yeah, welcome to Jared's Call of Cthulhu adventures. This is what I tend to run quite a lot, especially with my one shots. Those branching ideas building off what you guys throw at me, because I've got a package of information here, and it's all about how you guys find it. And you guys found some pretty creative ways to get the answers at the end, so I was really happy with it. I know, intense. You just gotta shake it off.
Yeah.
Just like camping.
Oh,
So,
All right.
remembering that we are still live, would everyone like to do their final sort of, who are you, what do you do, where can people find you, all of that?
Sure.
Like, if they for some reason thought you were likable and want to keep an eye on you.
Well, I need to get going pretty quick. So I'm Ed, otherwise known as ImAPokemonMasta. I DM a bunch of different games. I am going to be DMing a game for Polished here next month. Evil Campaign. Her and a friend of mine. You can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/ImAPokemonMasta. I do not currently stream, so I suggest just watching Polished's streams.
Right, Darkora. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the overlay's already broken. You can head off if you want.
Yeah, why not break it more?
Yay.
I'm Nick, also known as Darkora. I really don't care if my name's out there. I don't stream a whole lot, like I probably should. You mostly find me on Polished streams at the moment.
I love how I've just casually collected everyone. It's like, it's a mine now.
Collection. Gotta catch them all.
These are mine. These are mine now.
Yeah, I'm Darkora on Twitch. I'm Darkora on Twitter. You probably find me more on Twitter at the moment, but I should be streaming at some. Yeah, that's me. I'm too tired to come up with a better description.
And the next appearance you'll make on the channel is?
It will be the Monster of the Week
Miniseries.
Miniseries, yes.
That's right.
Looking forward to that.
Awesome. Gorion.
Okay, so variety streamer. I do D&D as well. I do D&D streams, DM, and also do art. Getting into art, and you can find me on my Twitch. I've also got Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. And I look forward to hopefully being another thing in the future and hopefully not dying. But it was cool. It was a cool death, though. It was a good death.
Alright.
Good death. Like best you can expect from Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah, exactly. It was a dignified one.
Well.
Well, you save the party by stopping the zombie from getting in and breaking down the walls. So you actually saved the party there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured that was going to happen. So
Jared, what about you?
JaredofLight. You can find me on Twitter and Twitch. Just like Darkora, I'll probably start picking up more on Twitch soon. But for now, Polished and other people's channels running Call of Cthulhu. If you've liked what you've seen here today, then definitely tune into some of the games I run, because it's this just on steroids, basically. But yeah, best place to catch me is on the Discord here or on Twitter if you have any questions, because I love Call of Cthulhu questions.
Awesome. Oh yeah, we haven't scheduled when you're on next. It's only Darkora that has been slotted in for something.
Yeah.
One.
Right.
Some.
So, lastly, if you're watching this, you've most likely found my channel. I'm PolishedCryptid. I do variety streaming and an increasing amount of tabletop RPGs. We do these one-shots once a month. We're launching in September a Monster of the Week mini-series based on the 2 prequel one-shots GM'd by Karen and I. We'll see both myself and Darkora. We've also got, because I don't learn apparently, we've also got a mini-series kind of campaign in the works with 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, Evil campaign. We've got, one-shots are usually the final weekend of every month. Final Sunday, to be specific. And yeah, this is where you can find me. So, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Thanks everyone so much for tuning in. The one-shots are saved as a highlight on the channel, so if you were only able to tune in for part of it, it will be up there, quite easy to find. And yeah, it's been wonderful, everyone. But for now,
It has been. Thank you.
we're out.